Hey, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So glad to be here with all of you tonight. We're going to have yet another great late night conversation. Glad that you're here. I guess we'll just jump right into it.
Spoken of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
We know that racism is a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
We need a government of action.
Welcome, 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 everyone. We are having yet another late night conversation. It's going to be good. We'll follow our normal format. First, my opening remarks, followed by the roll call. And then after that, I will answer people's questions. One person has already sent a question. Looking forward to answering Kate's question first. She sent it via Buy Me a Coffee, which is the absolute best way to send your questions. You can also send questions via Rumble Rants. You can also send them via Caleb Moppin 22 on the Cash App. There are multiple ways to send in questions, but all of them work. Buy Me a Coffee is the best one. In terms of announcements, January 11th is the big day. We are having a huge CPI shindig get together. I don't know. Are there other words that people use for get-togethers and shindigs and conferences and events and gatherings and music and speeches and nice buffets near the Newark airport? I don't know. But it's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. So go ahead and register. We would like to get a good head count so we can make sure that the food buffet has enough food for everybody. It's going to be really, really awesome. People are coming in from out of town. I'm buying people's tickets and all kinds of crazy things are happening and getting everything in order. And I am really excited. It's going to be a great, great day. Join us. Earth is Awakening. America should join January 11th, 2026 in New Jersey. It's going to be great. It's going to be a great event. Join the Center for Political Innovation. Our organization is doing great work. We're going to have an article out shortly about our outreach campaign that we're about to do. We have an article on the website about 1 year of activities for the LA Innovation Circle. We're doing a lot, and a lot is happening. A lot is getting done. Penny in Minneapolis, Gabby and the whole crew in Chicago, and we got people in New England. And I mean, it's great. Good things are happening. We need you to get involved. So join our ranks. We are doing it for real. We're doing it for real. And I am excited about everything that we are doing. So as I said before, we are going to follow the normal format for tonight, which is first the opening remarks, then the roll call. And then after that, I answer people's questions for the remainder of the show. So if you got something you want me to talk about in the second half of the show, you can send me a question, Rumble Rant, Cash App, Caleb Moppin 22 on the Cash App. The best way to send in your questions for the second half of the show is to buy me a coffee. Best way to do it. And you can do it when we're not live. If you're watching this tomorrow, you can send a question in right now and I'll answer it the next stream. That's a good thing about it. Today, my chat with Chris Cutrone, the legendary Marxist academic from Chicago, the guy from the Platypus Affiliated Society, that went live. I'll probably premiere it here on this channel like next week. So, keep your eye out for that. We've had a lot of high-level interviews lately. Academic Agent, and that interview was very, very well received, mind you. That went over very, very well. Just an explosion in book sales afterwards, and the comments, people are blown away by the content. I mean, the audience was very, very receptive to it. We did Do Dissidents, and they're still talking about it. Do Dissidents absolutely loves us. They're great. And People have noticed that Jimmy Dore is referencing our work lately and the work that we have done about the Congress for Cultural Freedom and all of that. And that's really amazing. I mean, we are really influencing a lot of people, and we're gearing up for our end of the year activities. But the thing I wanted to start out talking about tonight is, oh boy, is this another false start, or could it really be happening? It looks like there is now hope once again that the war in Ukraine could be coming to an end. It has been leaked. The Ukrainian government apparently has a 20-point peace agreement that has been leaked, which they are willing to accept. The Ukrainian parliament member, Alexei Goncharenko, published this 20-point peace agreement between the USA and Russia, which apparently Trump wants to run with. I'm sorry, it's not 20, it's 28 points. And it's been leaked, this agreement. And it looks like Ukraine is agreeable to it. It looks like Washington is agreeable to it. And it would be the NATO countries that Britain and NATO and the extreme elements in Ukraine that are opposed. Now, we've had many false hopes before, and the negotiations are going around the clock. I greeted Kirill Dmitriev, the very important Russian, investment fund executive, when he was here in town to meet with Anna Paula Luna to discuss elements of this. There was going to be a meeting, and then it was called off in Budapest, and then they called it off. So who knows, right? But this deal looks really, really good. If you look at all of it, the USA would recognize the new republics. Ukraine would limit its military. The sanctions on Russia would be immediately lifted. It has a lot of security guarantees in there to make sure that no new war starts up again. To make sure that Ukraine is no longer used as a vehicle to threaten Russia, but to also make sure that once that is agreed to, Russia, they draw a line, the new republics join with Russia, end of story, no more conflict. It's a pretty good deal. It's a good deal. It's better than I was expecting, honestly. I didn't think that there would be, I thought there might be a situation where Russia was compelled to settle for less, but this actually looks like a very good deal. And Russia's not going to settle for less. I mean, that's the main thing. I mean, the idea that they would just hand the new republics back to Ukraine after all these people have died, after they waited for so long. Look, I have to remind you all, the whole reason this war is happening, I know that mainstream Western media has told you that this war is happening because Putin was having a bad day and said, I want to kill me some Ukrainians. And he rolled in there and said, I shall crush your songs of peace, you peace-loving peoples. Mwahaha. But that's not what happened, right? What happened was the U.S. government violently overthrew the Ukrainian government, toppled Viktor Yanukovych, and installed a fanatically anti-Russian government in 2014. And for 8 years, that fanatically anti-Russian government was murdering the people of Donbass. This is a monument in Donetsk to all the children killed by the U.S.-backed government in Kiev year after year after year. And there was the Minsk Accords and the Minsk Agreement, and Ukraine didn't fulfill it. And finally, they moved in to protect these folks. And so the idea that after they've moved in to protect the new republics and the people of Donetsk and Lugansk and Odessa, that they would just say, oh, my bad, and just give them back to Ukraine and let Ukraine keep slaughtering them. That's not going to happen. Right. So it looks like an agreement has been floated, where these people, right, would be allowed to be recognized as part of the Russian Federation. Sanctions on Russia would be lifted. There would be no more Nazism in Ukraine. There would be no nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Ukraine would be allowed to join the European Union. You read it, it's a pretty good deal, and I think this deal, if it could happen, I think this deal, it's very long and it's very complex. And it makes me think that this is a deal that you don't get a deal this long and this complex if it's still just hypothetical. I mean, this looks like there's a chance that this could happen. I'm looking at the deal right now and I'm like, dang, this is a realistic deal. It gives Ukraine what Ukraine wants, control of certain rivers and the right to join the European Union. It gives Russia the new territories. It lifts the sanctions on them. I'm hopeful. I really am hopeful. And, I said when I was talking to Jamarl Thomas this morning, I went on Jamarl Thomas's channel this morning. Look, I hate to say this. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but when Trump, when he ends this war, there is going to be every effort in the world to make it messy. Just like when Biden pulled out of Afghanistan. That was sabotaged from within. It was supposed to be a handoff to the Taliban and people that did not want the United States to pull out of Afghanistan and forces that really wanted to hurt Joe Biden. They made a point of making the Afghan pullout as sloppy and messy as possible. And that is what I predict will happen here, right? Is that there will be a sloppy situation. You'll notice that ATACMS missiles were fired at Russia. Now, Russia deflected them, but Russia had previously said that's a red line. You shoot ATACMS missiles, it's a big deal. But these ATACMS missiles, they shot off 4 of them, and Russia deflected them, and everyone's just silent about it because it looks like they were shot off without U.S. permission. And it looks like they were shot off in an effort to prevent this deal. Why would they shoot off those missiles unless they were trying to prevent this? It looks like it's actually on the verge of happening. I certainly hope that is the case. I have been, wrong before, but I am hoping that the forces that want the killing to stop and that want better relations between the USA and Russia, I am hoping, goodness gracious, I am hoping that this is actually going to be the situation. And it looks like it's a deal that actually treats Russia with respect. Russia is a nation that has a huge amount of pride. They've made huge sacrifices in a state of all-out war to protect themselves. So they're not just going to, end the war with nothing. And this deal, they would not end the war with nothing. They would end the war in a very good position. All the U.S. sanctions would be lifted. The money that's been frozen in Russian money that's been frozen would be used to rebuild Ukraine. American companies would oversee the rebuilding of Ukraine. This all looks like a really good deal. And fingers crossed. That's what I'm saying. Fingers crossed. Let's just hope that it's the situation. Russians have the right to object to this if they want to. But if you're living in America, my goodness, our government is prolonging this war, and the war is already over. The new republics are under the control of Russia. They've voted to join with Russia. The U.S. government and NATO and the Ukrainian puppet regime are just throwing bodies at this, and they need to just stop throwing bodies and make a deal that brings Russia back into the international community, lets them negotiate and trade on the international markets in a way they should have the right to as a country, ends these unilateral sanctions. I mean, let's hope that this can actually happen. This would be a really, really good thing if it happened. And I'm looking at the deal and I'm thinking this is great, but I know the forces of evil are going to try and sabotage this as much as they possibly can. They are going to do everything in their power to prevent this deal. And they have been, but we'll see. We shall see. So I'm very excited. Could it be possible that the European Union and the NATO countries are forced to go along with the Trump administration and the USA and Russia improve relations and end this war? That is my hope. And if you are a sensible person in the United States, you should want the same thing. And if it looks like this is indeed moving ahead, we've got work to do. It is not enough to simply be on the internet podcasting about it. We got to be in the streets. We have got to be in the streets. There's no way around it. We have got to hit the streets and support this deal going through. So right now it's just a leak. Right now it's just a leak from a Ukrainian member of parliament. But it's a really exciting, promising leak. Let's hope that this is the end of the war. Let's hope that is the case, that this is the end of this conflict. And that's all I got to say about that. Now, I have prepared a slideshow for tonight, a slideshow on very recent U.S. history. And that's what we're going to be talking about. It's about the slideshow for tonight is From Bush to Trump 2.0. American politics have really changed? That's going to be our slideshow for tonight. And this is history that I've lived through. I've been politically active all through all of this. So I've seen all of this from the perspective of somebody who was involved in anti-imperialist organizing. So it's going to be quite a show tonight. I'm going to talk about how we've seen U.S. politics change. But if you've got any questions are really, really appreciated in the second half of the show. So you can send them via Buy Me a Coffee is the best way to send questions for the second half of the show. If something comes to you, we're going to go through this slideshow and we're just going to go over U.S. history, recent U.S. history, all of how we got where we are today to this very strange place in American politics that we're in. But send your questions, Rumble Rants, Cash App, Caleb Moppin 22. Best way is Buy Me a Coffee. So we're going to jump right into it. From Bush to Trump 2.0, American politics have really changed. Folks didn't see Dick Cheney died, and they had his funeral today. And of course, that has a lot of us thinking about where we were and what was going on way back when, 25 years ago, when the war in Iraq was kicking off, when 9/11 happened, and how different our politics are. I mean, our politics have changed so much. We're going to trace how bizarre and strange our politics got. And this will be partially just kind of historical accounting of events, partially an analysis of what the anti-imperialist and socialist and communist movements were doing during this time, partially international analysis, and partially my personal reflections of what I observed. So I hope that you learn from this. And towards the end, obviously, once CPI came into existence, we're heavily involved in things. We don't get heavily involved until the very end of this. But you'll see the role that we've played and how we've tried to intervene in all of this to be a voice for peace and economic development and innovationism. So important to remember that Bush took office. George W. Bush took office. He took office, and right after he took office, there was an economic downturn. He came into office. He did not win the popular vote, and he really shouldn't have won the Electoral College either. Right? They basically just, the Supreme Court gave it to him. They did recounts in Florida and showed he didn't actually win Florida, but he was declared the winner in Florida. The Democrats wanted a recount, and then the Supreme Court stepped in and said, no more recounts. It goes to Bush. They later did recounts, and it actually went to Al Gore. But Bush came into office with a lot of people thinking he was not legitimate, that he didn't really win the 2000 election. On top of that, the economy was not doing very well. And the crash on the Asian markets had come at the very end of the 1990s. The dot-com bubble burst, right? Now, in the 90s, you had a booming economy in the United States. The Soviet Union fell and was open for foreign investment. China was bringing in a lot of foreign investment and loaning a lot of money to the United States. And neoliberalism was just plundering Latin America, plundering Eastern Europe. But because of the internet and the dot-com boom, and because of there was all this room to expand, imperialism was in ascension, looting the former Soviet Union. You read The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein, which is a very good book, and it goes into detail about what was going on during these years in Russia and the former Soviet Union and in Latin America. And you'll be horrified. I mean, they were just looting the place, but American corporations were bringing in a huge amount of profit. Russia's farm system shut down. They had to start importing all their food from the United States. Latin America, NAFTA put all the farmers out of business. They had to start importing all their food from the United States. And, it was the wrecking ball was going through South and Central America and through Eastern Europe. And at the same time, the internet was new, and internet websites and online shopping was new. And there was kind of an economic expansion in the 1990s. But towards the end of Bill Clinton's presidency, that came to an end. And a really dramatic moment was the crash on the Asian markets, when basically George Soros decided that he did not like the governments, the Asian tiger countries, South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, these kind of authoritarian governments that the United States had allowed to use the military to build up their country. South Korea, their economy got very strong in the 70s and 80s because of Park Chung-hee using the military to build it up. And Singapore, that's a very authoritarian government, kind of a Bonapartist government led by Lee Kuan Yew. And they have really raised living standards. And the USA kind of tolerated this as a barrier against communism. But after the fall of the Soviet Union, and as China was opening up and having a lot of foreign investment, George Soros and a lot of the liberals did not like all the economic development going on in the Asian tiger countries. And they also did not like Japan having a new level of independence. Japan is an imperialist country. It's kind of a rival of the United States. In the 80s, there was a lot of Japan phobia, in U.S. media. People saw Japan as a threat, as a competitor. And in the 90s, there was a dramatic withdrawal of American money. It was contrived, and that's technically illegal. If you did that within the United States, that's it's illegal. Stock people can't get together and say, all right, we're all going to sell our stock on one day. That's technically illegal. That's price fixing. That's, they have laws against that kind of thing. But they did it on the international markets, and all the big U.S. investors pulled their money out of the Asian markets. There was a crash on the Asian markets. And it was devastating economically. And when I was 12 years old, I went to Quito, Ecuador around this time. It was right before 9/11, year 2000. I went to Quito, Ecuador. I was 12 years old. And I saw with my own eyes a man-made famine. Hundreds of thousands of people in Ecuador were starving. And there's a body count of hundreds of thousands of people that died. They either lost their farms or they went out of business, or they, Ecuador had to adopt the US dollar as their currency, and they had to sell off their state-run oil company, and their agricultural sector was completely devastated and put out of business by American agribusiness. And it was dark-skinned people in the countryside of Ecuador died of malnutrition, fled the country en masse. And I went there as a kid. My dad led nature tours in the Galapagos Islands. We got off the plane and we saw the capital city of Quito, Ecuador, where all these desperately poor, starving people that had gotten kicked off of their land by neoliberal economics. It was a devastating time. 1999, 2000. The economy was starting to go down, and the effects, right? Economic growth is based on increase in production. But if you have destructive accumulation, where economic growth is made by tearing things down, it can't last, right? And that there was a huge amount of destruction in the 1990s. The Soviet Union was destroyed. The economies of South and Central America were destroyed. You had the crash on the Asian markets. And if the living standard and the population and the amount of wealth being produced goes down, the economy is going to go down. There might be a short-term boost that's created by destruction, right? And that's the basis of fascist economics and Malthusianism, is like, oh, if we just destroy a bunch of things, we can reboot the economy. It doesn't work in the long term. And there was now starting to be, in the late 90s, 2000, Bush is elected, and there's starting to be a fallout on the international markets as a result of the fall of neoliberalism and the kind of looting that went on for a decade. Well, what happened? September 2001, the Twin Towers went down. The September 11th terrorist attacks happened. And so George W. Bush, who was kind of unpopular in his first term, he wasn't doing too well. He, did a great photo op on the wreckage of the Twin Towers with a bullhorn, got everyone chanting, USA, USA, USA. And Americans were, it was a horrifically traumatic thing. I wasn't living in New York City at the time, but even living in my little town in Ohio, people were just in shock about how it was. And a couple months later, the USA invaded Afghanistan. Congress passed the Patriot Act, which was a huge, rolling back of civil liberties that allowed the U.S. government to detain people without charges, to declare people to be enemy combatants, right, and hold them without any criminal charges, a violation of habeas corpus and all of that. The USA set up a prison in Guantanamo Bay in Cuba called Gitmo. And it's still there, even though Obama said he was going to close it. It's still there, and the people there are not charged with any crime. They're held as enemy combatants, right? It's completely unconstitutional. right? You either hold people and charge them or you release them. But, but these people are held against their will. And all of that then culminated into the invasion of Iraq, right? Bush said that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. They did a whole public relations campaign to say that Iraq, which was a secular Ba'athist country, was responsible for 9/11, even though 9/11 was carried out by Saudis, who are religious fanatics, according to the official story, Al-Qaeda, Wahhabi religious fanatics who hated Saddam Hussein. Didn't matter. Iraq was said to be responsible for 9/11, and they were trying to get weapons of mass destruction. So we had to invade to prevent another 9/11. People were traumatized and scared. The United Kingdom supported the United States in invading Iraq. Tony Blair from the Labour Party was a supporter of the invasion. But basically all the other major NATO countries opposed it. Germany opposed it. France opposed it. Belgium, Italy. The rest of NATO was like, this is ridiculous. We cannot support the invasion of Iraq. Iraq has, they haven't done anything. Even if they do have weapons of mass destruction, that in and of itself is not, grounds for an invasion. And Colin Powell came to the United Nations and held up a vial. I have in my hand the weapons of mass, the chemical weapons. It was all a lie. There were no weapons of mass destruction. Iraq was not responsible for 9/11. The USA invaded Iraq and destroyed Iraq, which was a major anti-imperialist country. Ba'athist Arab socialism led by Saddam Hussein. They were a country, they'd collaborated with the United States against Iran, and it was complicated. The USA had supported them at different times, but Iraq was, at that point, it was a funder of the Palestinian resistance. Iraq was an oil exporting country that was in competition with Wall Street. And the United States moved in with shock and awe and blew the country to bits and killed hundreds of thousands of people. And it was all based on a lie. There were no weapons of mass destruction. And the whole world was basically saying to the United States, this is illegitimate. You can't do this. Like, there's no legal basis for this. The only justification they had is that a weapons inspection team had been kicked out of Iraq. That was the only claim. Well, you can't invade a country just because they kick out a weapons inspection team. And the UN told the United States, you can't do this. This is an aggressive war, whatever. Didn't matter. USA invaded Iraq. Absolutely awful. And it has led to, Iraq has not gotten any better since. There's been chaos and instability, people fleeing, a refugee crisis, absolute disaster. And at the time, there was pretty universal support for it within the government of the United States. You had people like Bernie Sanders and I think, what was his name? Congressman Robert Byrd and other people. But there was a layer of Democrats that opposed it, but most didn't. Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, they all supported it. The bulk of the Democratic Party supported the invasion. And it went through. And the public was about 50-50 on it. There was about 50% of the people that bought the idea that we were in danger of being killed by terrorists, and they bought the narrative that to prevent another 9/11, we have to do this. And there were a number of people who didn't buy it, and said this isn't the right thing to do. And, a lot of the NATO countries like France and Germany and Italy that were against it, they had representation in the they do business with the United States, and New York City in particular was a stronghold of anti-war sentiment. And there was a lot of anti-war sentiment in California. And it was, you had a lot of like the boomer peace movement, people who protested the Vietnam War and stuff. You had a fairly substantial anti-war movement. But you had the mainstream of the Democratic Party that kind of supported the war. The Democrats voted for it. After the war started, they started, criticizing it a little bit, but the Democrats, they could have stopped the invasion of Iraq, and they did not. They supported it. But then Bush had a layer of supporters from the religious right? Evangelical Christians. You had Pat Robertson, who had the 700 Club, and you had, Jerry Falwell, who had the Moral Majority. And you had a lot of very religious Christian evangelicals who were very pro-Israel, and they jumped on 9/11, and they basically argued that Islam is an enemy of the West, and that's why we have to support Israel, and that's why we need to wage what Bush called the war on terror. And even though Bush many times said this isn't a war against Islam, and they had whole specials on TV. Islam is actually a religion of peace, blah, blah, blah. The religious right did believe it was a war on Islam, right? They actually did believe that Islam is the enemy. It was a war between, and like you had like, I think one of Bush's generals was a guy named Boykin, and he said, our God is stronger than their God. Ann Coulter said in the New York Times, like, we should invade their countries, kill their leaders, and convert them to Christianity. And there was like a layer, like, again, not the majority, but I'd say there was like maybe a 20 to 30% of the population that were very, very heavily involved in, like, they had the mega churches, right? They called them really, really big churches that would have thousands of people, that had, like, again, technology wasn't where we're at this time, that had like a big fancy screen and had rock and roll music, and people that were involved in the mega church culture. They really felt like this was a war between Christianity and Islam, and Christianity was aligned with Israel, and Christianity was going to win. Now, that view was very scary to the Muslim world, for example, right? A lot of Islamic allies of the United States were very threatened by that worldview. And the NATO countries were very threatened by it also, right? A lot of the NATO countries were very threatened by it. France was very opposed to this. And so, it created a lot of division. At one point, Bush actually called the war on terror a crusade. And when he did that, that went all over the Muslim world, and the whole Muslim world, traditional allies of the United States flipped out. Oh my God, they're having another crusade, right? The Crusades are remembered as a pretty awful episode in the history of Christian Islamic relations, when the Pope sent, the Crusaders to seize Jerusalem from the Muslims, kill thousands of Muslims. So, Bush and his invasion of Iraq, it basically caused a huge gap between the United States and a lot of its traditional allies around the world. And this was all very dramatic, and nobody saw it coming. What's actually interesting is Bush in the 2000 election ran as the anti-war candidate, right? And people, you wouldn't know this, but, if you go back to the 2000 election, Bill Clinton had done the sanctions on Iraq that had devastated Iraq. Bill Clinton had bombed Saddam. And Bill Clinton his vice president, Al Gore, was running for president, and they ran on a manifesto of humanitarian intervention and regime change, nation building. And Bush ran on an isolationist platform. He said, it's not America's job to be telling countries how they've got to be. Countries, we just got to let them. And it was crazy because Bush completely reversed himself, right? He then went ahead and full on invaded Iraq, which his father never did, which Bill Clinton would never do. Bill Clinton bombed Iraq many times. He didn't invade. Bill Clinton had bombed and destroyed Yugoslavia in the name of humanitarian intervention, right? Atrocities are being committed. We have the right to go in and intervene and overthrow a government because atrocities are being committed. And George W. Bush had run on a platform that he was a non-interventionist, right? That America was too involved with these other countries. But then he got into office. There was an economic downturn. But then 9/11 happened. Boom, boom. So after that, obviously, because especially around the world, there was massive opposition. But even among the U.S. public, it was about 50-50. You had an anti-war movement of people that were against the invasion of Afghanistan, the invasion of Iraq. Now, the first anti-war group that came out of this was called the Answer Coalition. It stands for Act Now, Stop War, End Racism. And it was formed by the Workers' World Party weeks, I think just a couple days after 9/11. Like right after 9/11, Workers' World Party members gathered. At that point, they had two different offices. They had the International Action Center, which was Ramsey Clark's NGO, and then they had their own party office. And they gathered, I believe, at the International Action Center, and they got Ramsey Clark, the former U.S. Attorney General. They got Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney and some others, and they announced they were forming Answer. The Answer Coalition, and they started organizing protests against the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan when that happened, etc. Eventually, the people who ran the Answer Coalition left the Workers' World Party and formed what's now called the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Now, a couple months later, like after the USA had already invaded Afghanistan, a new anti-war group was formed that was much bigger and had a lot more funding and a lot more people involved in it. Was called United for Peace and Justice. And it was run by the Communist Party USA and Democratic Socialists of America and committees of correspondence. But it like, I believe like one of its main sources of funding was the American Friends Service Committee, which is the Quakers, they're like social justice foundation, the American Friends Service Committee. They were funded by, I think there's like a Catholic group, there's like the National Council of Churches, and they had a lot of funding from a lot of like very, very, very mainstream liberal kind of pacifist groups. And United for Peace and Justice was formed. And like, I mean, I don't want to get too partisan here because I can criticize the Answer Coalition all day long. But it was like United for Peace and Justice was formed because the Answer Coalition was viewed as too radical, right? The Answer Coalition, they were Marxist-Leninist anti-imperialists, and their rallies would talk, they wouldn't just talk about don't invade Iraq. They would talk about why we need to support North Korea, why U.S. troops need to leave the Philippines, why we need to end the blockade of Cuba, why we need to free Mumia Abu-Jamal. Their rallies were like communist rallies. They didn't call it that, though. And that was the ironic thing about Workers' World Party is they would never call it a communist rally, but they would include every causes that people didn't think were in any way related. And so it was like every issue you ever heard of would be crammed on there. Palestine, of course, Mumia Abu-Jamal, legalized marijuana, sex worker liberation, trans, everything you ever heard of, and it wasn't trendy to talk about a lot of that stuff back then. Trans was certainly an issue that was not discussed, right? It was barely discussed at all outside of LGBT circles. But the first transgender activist was a member of the Workers' World Party, Leslie Feinberg. It was, they talked about every issue possible. And the idea was, well, we'll get people that are opposed to the Iraq war and we'll get them to our rallies and we'll radicalize them and they'll become part of the movement and they'll become like leftists. That was the Workers' World Party's approach. United for Peace and Justice had the opposite approach. They would keep it very, very narrow. They would, their idea was, they said, well, first of all, they didn't want to talk about Palestine. Because they said Palestine was divisive, and they had pro-Israel people on their board. There's a guy named Rabbi Michael Lerner who has a magazine called Tikkun, and he's like a labor Zionist. Like he supports Israel, but he wants Israel to be like socialist, kind of like J Street, which is like the critical of Israel but pro-Israel lobby group, right? J Street, they're a big group that exists, and like they're what you call labor Zionists that support Israel, but they want Israel to be nicer to Palestinians. They want Israel to be socialistic or whatever. They were on the board of United for Peace and Justice, and those rallies did not mention the Palestine issue because if you mentioned Palestine, they said that was divisive, that would scare people away. But the main thing was, I mean, Zionist money from Tikkun and from all kinds of liberal Zionist organizations was funding it, right? The United for Peace and Justice rallies were technically run by communists, Communist Party USA, mainly committees of correspondence. There was a woman named Leslie Kagan, who was a former member of the Communist Party, was leader of committees of correspondence. But you would not know that communists were involved. These rallies looked like kind of pacifist rallies, right? They had like speakers that were ministers or rabbis or imams, and they had Democratic congressmen and congresswomen speaking at the rallies. At some points, they would raise the slogan "Sanctions, not war," because they said, well, we need to let the sanctions do their job. Instead of invading Iraq, let's just keep starving them. These sanctions had been condemned as genocidal, right? The sanctions had prevented Iraq from importing medicine, and it like 500,000 children had died from the sanctions, but yet, these people raised the slogan, well, we should just do sanctions, not have war, right? Even, it was wild. That was United for Peace and Justice. Now, there was another formation that was called Not in Our Name. And Not in Our Name was started by the Revolutionary Communist Party. But Not in Our Name was technically part of United for Peace and Justice, but they were doing their own thing. They had their own organization. They were really good at getting celebrities to sign ads in the New York Times. They used the logo of like the Earth, Like they had flags with the earth on them. They had the Pledge of Resistance that they wanted everyone to take. We believe that as people living in the United States, it is our responsibility to oppose the injustices done by our government in our name. I remember it because I was around during these years. They had like the Pledge of Resistance, they called it. It was a big thing. And they would have concerts where they would get like Rage Against the Machine to perform. And they had the RCP is very good at getting like celebrities to sign on to things, famous writers and Hollywood people and stuff. And so those were the three big anti-war groups. In addition to that, there would be these anti-war rallies, and it'd be these big rallies in Washington, D.C. And sometimes it would be like 100,000 people would come out to these rallies. And it would either be run by the Answer Coalition or United for Peace and Justice. And Not in Our Name had their own anti-war rallies also. They were much smaller. But everyone would go to these rallies. If Answer had a rally, the United for Peace and Justice people would come. If United for Peace and Justice had a rally, the Answer people would come. Not in Our Name, they would all go to them. And the communists were running the stage. One of these communist factions would be running the stage. But then, the LaRouche organization, which, had been supportive of Republicans, but then had supported Bill Clinton, they hated Bush, right? Bush Sr. had imprisoned Lyndon LaRouche, and the LaRouche group was very, very opposed to the invasion of Iraq. And so the LaRouche people, they were part of these rallies, and they would come and they had choirs. And the LaRouche group kind of, rebooted during these years and recruited a lot of younger people. And they actually set the discourse for a lot of the conversation that went on as Bush was president. Like the LaRouche group, they started talking about the neocons and the neoconservatives. And they talked about Leo Strauss. And they published like a book that was widely distributed called Children of Satan. And it talked about Dick Cheney and the neoconservatives and Leo Strauss. And, they kind of had a narrative about Bush and the neoconservatives and such. And they had a narrative that was very influential in a lot of conspiracy circles and a lot of, it was kind of interesting. They were viewed as kind of a crazy fringe group. They were never running the anti-war rallies, but they would have their choirs perform there. And they had these like glossy magazines that they would hand out that were kind of hard to read. But they actually were ahead of the game before anyone started talking about neocons. By the end of Bush's presidency, the New York Times was frequently talking about the neocons, but the LaRouche people were ahead of the game. They were talking about neocons from the beginning. Practically around the time of 9/11, they were talking about it. And they were talking about Leo Strauss, the philosophy professor who had advised a lot of people in the Bush administration. So the LaRouche people were there. Libertarians, this is very interesting. The Libertarian Party was against the invasion of Iraq. And their libertarians would just show up at these rallies, and they were just another group, right? And libertarian candidates for office would speak at anti-war rallies, and libertarians had literature table, and the Libertarian Party was just another faction of the anti-war movement. The anti-war movement was run by communists, but libertarians were viewed as another fringe element that was opposed to the war in Iraq. Alex Jones would just show up at these rallies. He was not famous back then. He was just a radio host who had a radio show in Texas. He would come to these rallies. And he, of course, thought Bush was a communist and thought, this was the Satan, the blood-drinking Satanist globalist of the United Nations. He was like an old John Birch Society, kind of a far-right guy, but nobody cared. And he was just another crazy conspiracy guy who showed up at these events. Communists ran the show because they were the traditional opposition. This was still the late Cold War normal in American politics. Republicans were the hardliners. They were the military. They were the evangelical Christians. They were all about regime change. Democrats were like the loyal opposition that like, well, we don't fully agree. And then there was this collection of dissidents, people that were against what the government was doing. And they were all the same, basically. People just viewed them as crazy. Right? You were the fringe that was against it. And, C-SPAN would sometimes show the rallies on C-SPAN, and they would do stories about them. Generally, Fox News would go to the rallies and do like scare porn for conservatives. They'd be like, oh my God, this person's against America. This person's a terrorist. They would do like scare porn. The liberal stations, the more mainstream networks, would ignore the anti-war movement, would barely acknowledge that it existed. And to most people, it was like there was this collection of kooks, basically. And they all look the same. The Answer Coalition, United for Peace and Justice, Communists, Libertarians, LaRouche, Alex Jones, they were all just the same collection of weirdos who don't fit in American politics. And, maybe they had different ideologies, but they were all pretty much saying the same things, which is that, Iraq was not responsible for 9/11. The U.S. government funds and arms terrorists all over the world. They're taking away our civil liberties, and the Patriot Act is a violation of our civil liberties, etc. All the fringe people basically had the same message, which was Bush is taking the country in a very, very dangerous direction, and we need to do something about it. And they had different theories about why. The Libertarians thought it was for one reason, Alex Jones thought it was for another reason, LaRouche thought it was for his reasons, the Communists thought it was for their reasons, but they all kind of had the same message, which is Bush is a fascist, Bush is a dangerous authoritarian, these wars are based on lies. It was all kind of the same stuff. And that was the anti-war movement. And that's when I first got active. I was a teenager during these years. I went to these rallies, and, I was part of this, and I saw it up close. And I this is where I first got political. And it's the same for a lot of people. I think Doug Lane, he just kind of hosted the interview between me and Chris Cutrone. He also started during these years. It was a lot of people when they first got political. And what's interesting was the communist groups were all very well intact. All the communist groups grew significantly during these years because that was what you did. If you became critical of the American government and you were supporting people around the world that opposed the American government, you became a communist. That was just assumed. That was just what you did. And the communist groups were the main, they were the Cold War opposition to the American government, right? And so, there were other fringe groups that existed. Again, libertarians existed, and they were much less mainstream back in those days. And, there were Alex Jones, there were, far right groups and all of that. And, it was just a thing. One thing that I will say you did not see was Nazis, right? You did not see the Nazis. There was an element of people that were libertarians that had far right ideas, right? I remember in Cleveland, there was an older guy who called himself a libertarian, and he would come to the local anti-war meetings, and he was a white nationalist. He was a member of the Council of Conservative Citizens. He had campaigned for David Duke. He believed in, white nationalist stuff, but he called himself a libertarian. And every so often someone would figure out that he was a Nazi, and they would ban him from stuff that because the communists were running the show. That was the one thing you couldn't do, right? And occasionally at these rallies, you would see older guys, would show up and be handing out leaflets about learn about the Israel lobby, davidduke.com or something. But people would beat them up. People would chase them away. Right? There was a layer of and they would show up and they would be very discreet, and they would just try to get their leaflets out. And often young anarchists would beat them up and stuff like that. And that's when I first heard of Antifa. Antifa used to only go after actual Nazis, right? And so, but it used to be, there'd be white nationalists would kind of show up at these events and hand up their leaflets and stuff, but they were not really welcome. But other than blatant white nationalists, pretty much everybody who was not in the mainstream of American politics was saying roughly the same thing. And they were all welcome. They were all part of this, layer of people. So, all right. So that was the anti-war movement. Now, during this time, the left made huge, huge errors. I mean, I look back on this time, and it's the reason, this anti-war movement was fringe. It was less than 10% of the population was even interested, even knew it existed, right? And the reason for that was that they really, really dropped the ball. For one thing, mainstream media made it sound like Osama bin Laden was some kind of anti-colonial fighter, right? He was like Gaddafi, or he was like Che Guevara, right? Mainstream media said that. They never talked about the fact that the U.S. government had armed Osama bin Laden to fight the Soviet Union, that Saudi Arabia was backed by the United States, was armed by the United States, that the ideology of Al-Qaeda was something the U.S. government promoted, Wahhabism. They never talked about that. And, a lot of confused Bush supporters would say, oh, we're going to invade Iraq, and then we're going to invade Saudi Arabia next. No, the USA was never going to invade Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is not an anti-imperialist country. But because bin Laden wore a turban, and because he was a Muslim, and because he talked about Palestine, mainstream media gave you the impression that Osama bin Laden was some kind of anti-imperialist, and the left agreed with that distortion. So much so that like Yuri Kochiyama, who's a very, very important Asian American leftist in San Francisco, she was very old at the time. She gave an interview where she compared Osama bin Laden to Malcolm X, which is ridiculous. And she said, oh, people all over the world love Osama bin Laden. Ward Churchill, who was the most famous Native American activist at the time, top scholar of Native American studies, he wrote an essay called Some People Push Back, where he said that, oh, well, the reason that 9/11 happened is because we're killing their babies in Iraq. And what would you do if they were killing your babies? Iraq didn't attack the United States. It was Saudi Arabia, right? And he basically wrote an essay saying 9/11 was justified because of the sanctions on Iraq, because the U.S. government is killing their babies. It was nuts, right? And like the left looked like they supported 9/11, basically. The left, because Osama bin Laden was presented in the media as a third world guerrilla fighter, and the left had this identity politics, weather underground, anti-populist, we're the good white people fighting for the brown people against our evil society, the same, Dances with Wolves, Avatar narrative. The left got into this mode of Osama bin Laden is a freedom fighter, which is nuts. He was not. And that was not what any of the anti-imperialist countries ever said. All the anti-imperialist countries said the exact opposite. Libya and Syria actually tortured people to support the war on terror. Russia was a big supporter of the war on terror. Many countries like Cuba and China said, we've been dealing with Islamic extremists for a long time. America has been funding Islamic extremists. It's about time that America fights Islamic extremists. And, Libya, Gaddafi was a huge supporter of the war on terror. The only thing is the USA didn't actually mean the war on terror. The war on terror, the USA never actually fought the terrorists. They fought the terrorist enemies. They fought Saddam Hussein. They fought Gaddafi. They fought Syria. They never actually fought Al-Qaeda, right? They fought the governments that are fighting Al-Qaeda. But the left accepted Washington's narrative that we're fighting an anti-colonial fighting force, and they just basically made it sound like Osama bin Laden was the good guy. And of course, the American people were traumatized by the horrendous attacks of 9/11. They were traumatized by it. And so they, oh my gosh, the left wants to kill us. That was basically how it was presented. Now, Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn, they were the two intellectuals who were uplifted as the voice of opposition. And, Noam Chomsky, he was the only anti-war voice that you could find at a mainstream bookstore. You could go to Barnes and Noble, you go to Borders Books, and they would have Noam Chomsky books. And his books were very boring. And they basically just said, 9/11 was awful, but America has done a lot of awful things too. And I guess somebody did to us what we've done to them. And we should all just come together and sing Kumbaya, right? They were not very deep. There was not very deep analysis of capitalism, what's causing this. They certainly were not talking about, imperialism and the economics. It was just kind of America does a lot of evil things around the world, has killed a lot of people, has funded a lot of terrorists and extremist groups. So now somebody did to us what we've done to them. See, let's all just come together, right? It was very, very limited. And most Americans took that as, oh, you're justifying the enemy, right? Imagine that somebody punched you in the face, right? Someone punches you in the face and you're upset about it. And then somebody says to you, well, that guy who punched you in the face, a bunch of people have punched him before. Are you going to be receptive to that message? Of course not. You're going to say, well, I don't care. He just punched me in the face. That's not my fault. And that's how most Americans felt. They were traumatized by 9/11, right? 9/11 was a horrific thing. And it was, the violence and all of that. And they were afraid of their kids getting killed in terrorist attacks. The media was hyping this up. And the message of the left was, well, America's done a lot of bad things too. So, and it just didn't go over. It was a great example of controlled opposition. The left was brilliantly setting itself up to fail. They didn't talk about the fact that they didn't take the lead from the anti-imperialist countries. None of the anti-imperialist countries were saying that, right? None of, China, Russia, Vietnam, Cuba, none of those countries thought Osama bin Laden was a hero. Iraq, under Saddam Hussein, did not think Osama bin Laden was a hero. The only people who thought Osama bin Laden was a hero were American leftists. It was nuts, right? It was completely nuts. another thing that happened, which is interesting, and my view on this is a little more nuanced than it used to be, which is that right after 9/11, you had 9/11 conspiracies. People who thought, which I think there's a lot of credibility to, that the official story of 9/11 didn't add up. You had people who thought that the American government or Bush did 9/11 himself. I'm not saying that. They thought Israel did 9/11. Again, I'm not saying that, but there are some big problems with the official story of 9/11. The mainstream of the anti-war movement just dismissed this, just was not interested in it, just completely wrote it off. Okay. But then there was a layer of people who that became their issue. They were 9/11 truthers, and they were delusional. They basically said, if we can just prove that 9/11 was an inside job, we'll bring the government down. And they didn't want to build an anti-war movement. They just wanted to like prove, they thought they could just prove that 9/11 was an inside job. And they were very disruptive and obnoxious. I will say that. They would go to events and it was like, why won't you listen to us if you'll, and they really did believe if you can just prove that 9/11 was an inside job, everything will stop and the American people will rise up and overthrow the military industrial complex. And it was kind of delusional, right? They were convinced that like an intellectual argument, right? If they could just prove before the world, if they just got enough attention for their 9/11 truth, they could show that 9/11, and that was just deeply confused, right? It was just deeply confused. And, but then again, the left also, there was like no tolerance for 9/11 truth. They would just not even entertain any questions about 9/11. So it went both ways. So anyway, the 2004 presidential election was a massive psyop because John Kerry was the candidate. John Kerry had voted to support the war in Iraq. John Kerry said that the USA had not fought in Iraq hard enough, and he promised, if elected, he was going to intensify the war, right? I mean, if you read his campaign platform was, I am going to intensify the war. Now, John Kerry was a U.S. senator. He was a guy from New England. He was of Jewish heritage, but he changed his name to have an Irish last name, which I think is interesting, but he was Jewish, right? And that was something they didn't talk a lot about during the election. But he was of Jewish descent, but his family had converted to Catholicism and he changed his name to be an Irish Catholic last name. And he had fought in Vietnam, and he'd come back from Vietnam after winning some medals in Vietnam, and he had become an anti-war activist. And he had been a leader of Vietnam Veterans Against the War. And that was how he got famous. He was a Vietnam veteran who was against the war. But you would think so he would run an anti-war campaign. No. The whole campaign by John Kerry was about his military record. He fought in Vietnam. He was a hero in the Vietnam War. He won medals in Vietnam. And he actually began his speech at the Democratic National Convention. He walked out and he said, John Kerry reporting for duty. And there was a big standing ovation. It was a weird psyop. Like all the people that were against the war were like forced to have a pro-war campaign. Everybody who was voting for John Kerry was voting for him because they wanted to stop the war. But John Kerry, if you actually listened to anything he said, he was going to expand the war. He had voted for the war, and then he'd said, well, I thought it was the wrong thing to do to go in, and then he said it was the Pottery Barn rule, right? You break it, you fix it. And then they said, that's not actually the Pottery Barn rule. He said, oh, you break it, it's yours. If you break it, you got to pay for it. You got to clean it up. I mean, it was crazy. And he was saying, well, we have to stay in. And his platform was actually, they were going to escalate the war in Iraq. But all the left voted for him, and they were kind of corralled into voting for him. And that a lot of the campaign, it was almost like the Democrats didn't even really want to win. They wanted to like twist the arm of the anti-war movement into being pro-war. And there were a lot of weird things like that during the campaign. Michael Moore, he was the big face of like European social democracy, this filmmaker from Flint, Michigan. He made Fahrenheit 9/11. He made this film that like the French government promoted, gave the Palme d'Or. He made this film that was like, it was an anti-war film that was shown everywhere. And Michael Moore went on a speaking tour around the country, and he would speak to crowds of like tens of thousands of people fill up auditoriums to listen to him speak. And his whole speech was like, if you don't vote for the Democrats, you are a bad person. And it was like, yelling at, Ralph Nader was a third party candidate, yelling at people who, how dare they vote for Ralph Nader? Like it was bizarre. It was very, very strange. And then the other thing that happened was that election, I think Pat Buchanan, the commentator, he said it was Michael Moore versus Mel Gibson. The summer of the 2004 election, 2 movies came out that sold the box office. One of them was Michael Moore's film Fahrenheit 9/11. The other was The Passion of the Christ, which was made by Mel Gibson. And both Michael Moore and Mel Gibson were anti-Israel, right? And that was very interesting, right? Michael Moore dedicated one of his books to Rachel Corrie. He condemned the treatment of the Palestinians, and he would slip anti-Israel stuff into his rhetoric. Meanwhile, Mel Gibson is a traditionalist Catholic, and Mel Gibson's father, when Mel Gibson made The Passion of the Christ, Mel Gibson's father gave interviews questioning the Holocaust and all kinds of stuff. And Mel Gibson's film, The Passion of the Christ, was declared anti-Semitic. There were protests against it. There's a lot of outrage about Passion of the Christ. And people said they compared it to the Passion plays that the Catholic Church would do during the Middle Ages about the crucifixion, where like crowds of people would be really, really angry and go out and, and burn Jewish, ghettos or whatever. And both sides were anti-Israel, right? And both sides were accused of being anti-Semitic. But it was like the far left Democrat film was made by an anti-Israel guy. And the film that all the Bush supporters, all the evangelical Christians went to, was not made by an evangelical Christian. It was made by a traditionalist Catholic, who, eventually they got Mel Gibson on tape talking, he was drunk and saying stuff about Jews and, stuff like that, that Mel Gibson is a trad Catholic, who I guess at one point, maybe he's recanted, but he had quite anti-Semitic views, and his father, questions the Holocaust and things like that. So, and that goes to show you how anti-Israel sentiment was always there beneath the surface on the far left and the far right. But both parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, were pro-Israel. And in fact, George W. Bush was super pro-Israel. And John Kerry was also super pro-Israel. And John Kerry was literally Jewish, of Jewish descent. And George W. Bush was from the Bush family. They had gone to Yale, the College at Yale, and they were in the same secret society at Yale, the Order of Skulls and Bones, which is like a fraternity at Yale. They were both in the same frat, both candidates, both of the major candidates were in the same fraternity. Michael Moore supported Ralph Nader in 2000, but in 2004, he was for John Kerry, and they sent him on a speaking tour to just rally people to vote for John Kerry. The election happened. There's many questions. If there was fraud, it was the fact that there was a lack of voting machines in Democratic areas. In Ohio, the voting machines, like there were huge lines to vote in the Democrat areas, and there were loads of voting machines in Republican areas. People at Oberlin College, people in Cleveland were like waiting. The election had been decided before they even got to vote, right? There were like 9-10 hour lines to vote in certain places. That was very suspicious. But other than that, it doesn't look like there was outright fraud, and Bush did win the popular vote. And the main reason was that gay marriage was on the ballot, right? There were many conservatives who weren't excited to vote for Bush. They had questions about the war or whatever, but they wanted to vote against gay marriage. So in Ohio and in a number of states, gay marriage was on the ballot, and they went and voted against gay marriage. And they happened to then vote for the Republicans while they were there. They weren't really excited to, and Bush got a significant amount of black votes because he ran against gay marriage and such. And that it was the religious right versus the kind of people that were questioning the American establishment. The Democrats were running against themselves. The other thing was, John Kerry made his whole campaign about what a war hero he was, right? It was all about, he made a documentary about how he fought in a war. And so the final weeks of the campaign was they took apart his military record. And they took apart his military record. They just started running ads, the Swift boat ads, where they had various people who'd served in the military with John Kerry. And they just questioned whether John Kerry really deserved the medals he got. They played up that he had been an anti-war activist. And, it was just his military record fell to pieces. And that almost makes you wonder if John Kerry was like throwing it from the beginning. Because why would a guy whose career started as an anti-war activist run an anti-war campaign? And honestly, John Kerry got medals for doing shitty stuff. If you look at the details, he got a medal for killing a 13-year-old boy, right? It was like he was on this boat that went up and down the rivers in Vietnam, and the Vietnamese people that were fighting to free their country from imperialism, he was there to suppress them. And he killed some 13-year-old boy, and he got a medal for doing it. It was like John Kerry was running on a platform of, I'm a super imperialist, I'm super pro-war. It was really dumb. And then right at the end of the campaign, they just took it all apart, right? And it was, and John Kerry had thrown his medals over the White House fence. That was the other thing. He'd been an anti-war protester. So why in the world would he run a campaign about, I'm a war hero? And then, during throughout the campaign, they were saying, where are your medals? Where are your medals? He had taken his medals and thrown them over the White House fence. He didn't have his medals anymore. So why, a guy doesn't even have his medals and he's going to run on a campaign of I won medals and he doesn't even have them. The whole thing was crazy. It was weird. And you almost wonder if the campaign, it was almost like it was more important to corral and control the anti-war sentiment than to actually win. The Democrats were psyoping their own base to be pro-war, to not question the establishment. It was pretty wild, the way that the John Kerry campaign was. It was like the Democrats didn't want to win. They wanted to make sure their supporters were pro-war. It was very, very weird. Very, very weird on a number of levels. One of the guys who was a big figure in the campaign was Wesley Clark. And Wesley Clark had been the guy who had bombed Yugoslavia, General Wesley Clark. And Wesley Clark spoke out against Bush, but he was the guy who had bombed and destroyed Serbia, and he was the big candidate that the Democrats were promoting, General Wesley Clark. And it was pretty wild. But anyway, we'll continue. All right. Now, almost immediately after Bush was reelected, his popularity started sinking. Almost immediately. A big thing was Hurricane Katrina. Now, Hurricane Katrina, it was a hurricane that hit the city of New Orleans, historically black city in Louisiana. And they did not provide a way for a lot of the black residents of what they call the lower Ninth Ward, which is a very impoverished area of New Orleans. They didn't provide a way for them to get out. And there are thousands of black people who were left to die. And there were images of people on their rooftops, screaming for helicopters. They wanted help. It was awful. Thousands of black people were just left to die. And on top of that, the people who did survive, they gathered in the Superdome, which is the football stadium in downtown New Orleans. And they were treated like criminals. The military was there. They were held at gunpoint, and they were treated like criminals inside the Superdome. There were many people who claimed there were summary executions in the Superdome, right? That, now that's, not confirmed, I guess, but I was in New Orleans about a year after that. And I spoke to people who swore they saw people just get executed basically by the police in the Superdomes. It was an epic disaster what happened in New Orleans. And it was basically that, low income black people were just kind of left behind. And then the ones who didn't just die and didn't just drown in the hurricane were then treated as criminals and kept in semi-concentration camp conditions. It was really horrendous. And the black community was furious about it. There was a huge amount of anger at the black community. And this was 2005, which is what happened 10 years earlier. The Million Man March. The Million Man March had been 10 years earlier. So just a few months after Hurricane Katrina, you had the Millions More March, which was a rally in Washington, D.C., run by Minister Louis Farrakhan. Now, I'm going to tell you, the Million Man March is an important moment in American history. That's when Minister Louis Farrakhan, a couple years after the LA riots, Minister Louis Farrakhan had a huge, kind of black power rally in Washington, D.C. 10 years after that, Minister Louis Farrakhan had a rally in Washington, D.C. It was about half the size, about 500,000 people. But that rally was a communist rally. It was a communist rally. if I've ever seen one. I mean, in the speech, Minister Farrakhan hailed China, and he talked about the Belt and Road Initiative. He quoted Fidel Castro, and he said that the Democrats, they talk about the middle class. What about the poor? And he said we need to look for Cuba. Cuba is a country that cares for its poor. And Minister Louis Farrakhan, like he praised Hugo Chavez, and he had a whole like plan for the Black community of building an anti-imperialist movement. It was a really anti-imperialist rally. The Nation of Islam is historically pretty anti-communist, right? They're Black nationalists. They're religious. And it was certainly a religious rally, and it was certainly an Islamic rally. But the rhetoric from the podium was very pro-Cuba, very pro-Iran, very anti-Israel, very pro-China. It was a really big deal. It was a really big deal. And a lot of like famous R&B and hip hop artists performed at it. The Speaker of the Cuban Parliament addressed the Millions More March. Like they had a video message from the Speaker of the Cuban Parliament. They honored Che Guevara, right? They had like great Black leaders from history, and they of course included Patrice Lumumba and Nelson Mandela, and they had Che Guevara's face like on display. They basically had a communist rally. I mean, it was interesting, and I'm curious. Part of me wonders why. What was that about? And I think partially it was that the Nation of Islam, they represent low-income African Americans, right? Among Black activists for a long time, you've had like this divide, right? That like wealthier middle-class Black activists tend to follow Cornel West, and they tend to be in Democratic Socialists of America or the NAACP and all of that. They tend to be pro-LGBT and associated with liberal politics. And then lower income Black activists from more impoverished strata of the Black community tend to be Black nationalists. They admire Minister Louis Farrakhan. They tend to talk about Israel and sometimes to say things that could be considered anti-Semitic. They also tend to believe LGBT is not in the interest of the Black community, and the LGBT is like tearing apart the Black family, and they tend to be socially conservative, right? And that's kind of how Black liberation politics has been in America for quite some time. You have Cornel West and, people that are from the tradition of Dr. Martin Luther King that are like the wealthier college professors, academics associated with Black freedom. And then you have Black nationalists, Black Hebrew Israelites, Pan-Africanists, the Nation of Islam, etc. They tend to be the lower income Black radicals. And Minister Farrakhan represents that lower income strata of Black radicals that tend to be more socially conservative, but also way more anti-imperialist, and it was almost like the Democrats wanted to like scare, they were like making a point. That's kind of what I think was happening, was that the Black community was so angry about Hurricane Katrina, right? And the Black community was very, very angry at the American government. And the Democratic Party basically wanted to show the world that Bush was putting the country in danger. So they kind of let the Nation of Islam do this very, very communist rally in Washington, D.C., to kind of scare the American deep state. Like Bush says he's fighting communism, he's fighting, but look what's happened. The Black community is so alienated. They just had this big rally where Cuba was honored and North Korea and China were honored and all of that. It was almost like the American government, like the Democrats and the liberals kind of wanted to like show Bush like how bad he'd been managing things. That's kind of what it looked like, because, the Nation of Islam has gone through many different leaps and evolutions. 5 years before this, they had a rally in Washington, D.C. called the Million Family March, which they did in coordination with the Unification Church, which was focused on social conservatism. Was focused on, opposing gay marriage and kind of nudging, not straight up saying it, but kind of pushing the Black community to vote for Republicans, to vote for Bush in 2000. So, the fact that they went from having kind of a Republican, socially conservative march 5 years before that, Million Family March in 2000, to in 2005 having basically a communist, anti-imperialist rally, that showed there was some negotiations going on. The Nation of Islam has a lot of international connections, especially to the Muslim world, right? They are well respected in many Muslim nations, Iran, Saudi Arabia. places like that. And the Muslim world was more alienated from the United States than they had ever been because Bush had called the war on terror a crusade, etc. So the Muslim world and the Nation of Islam gets a lot of support from the Muslim world. And so I think they were basically having a full-on anti-imperialist rally to express widespread disgust with the American government from around the Muslim world. Probably the Democrats also wanted to use this to kind of put the American government on notice that, look, if we don't, hear the concerns of the black community, there's going to be some kind of real radical anti-imperialist movement. Libya funded the Nation of Islam, So yeah, that was very interesting. During these years, oil prices were at the highest they'd ever been. And this is something I cannot repeat enough, right? I remember I was in high school, and I remember being a good leftist. I said, well, the USA is only invading Iraq to get their oil. After the USA invaded Iraq, the gas prices went through the roof. And it was the highest gas prices in history. I mean, people were like shocked at how expensive gas was. Oil was selling at about $120 a barrel, the highest oil prices in history. And I remember people said to me, well, Caleb, I thought we invaded Iraq to get their oil, and now gas is really expensive. Well, the truth is the USA didn't invade Iraq to get their oil. The USA invaded Iraq to blow a competitor off the market. Iraq was a competitor on the international markets, and a major oil producing country, Iraq, was blown to pieces. And Iraqi oil exports dropped very dramatically. They were down about 10% of what they once were. And the price of oil went up. And then the USA put sanctions on Iran and made it harder for Iran to sell oil. And then in Nigeria, which is a major African oil exporting country, there was an oil strike, and there was like a civil war, like a strike in Nigeria, like a civil war kind of. Nigeria wasn't selling oil, and you had the highest oil prices in history, and oil companies were making huge amounts of money. However, so was Russia. Russia had rebooted. That's how Putin fixed Russia's economy. And Russia's economy, Putin had set up oil and gas, two state-run energy companies, and Russia was bringing in more money than ever. And the Russian economy boomed. For the first time since the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia's economy was strong again. And who else boomed during these years? Iran. Iran is a major oil exporting country. Iran suddenly had loads of money coming in. And Libya, right? Gaddafi, who supported the war on terror, Gaddafi's, economy, I mean, it started really, really expanding. And Gaddafi was talking about setting up an independent African bank and setting up an independent currency for Africa that would be backed by gold. And Libya was booming, and people all over the African continent were going to Libya to get jobs. Gaddafi had a program. Any African, if your skin is black, you come to Libya, we'll give you a job guaranteed. And Africans from all over Africa were going to Libya to get a job. And all these countries that were like enemies and opponents of U.S. imperialism that sold oil, their economy was strong. Also, Venezuela, right? Hugo Chavez. Venezuela is a major oil exporting country. Hugo Chavez, they tried to remove him in a coup in 2002. He had defeated the coup. He'd come back to power. And then Bush invaded Iraq. The oil prices went through the roof. And Venezuela was very strong. And Bolivarian socialism, the ideology of Venezuela, was spreading throughout the continent. Bolivia elected Evo Morales. Rafael Correa became the president of Ecuador. The Sandinistas took power again in Nicaragua. They came back to power. And that Bolivarian socialism was rising in Latin America. So driving the oil prices up changed the geopolitical stage very dramatically. Bush had thought, hey, I'm going to invade Iraq, which is an anti-imperialist country, and destroy them. Okay, fine. But in the process, they drove the oil prices through the roof, and they made Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Libya, all the anti-imperialist states way stronger. And then this all culminated in Israel invaded Lebanon, and Hezbollah, which is armed by Iran. They're Shia Muslims. It's a Shia Muslim militia in Lebanon. Hezbollah kicked Israel's ass epically. And Hezbollah, I mean, it was utterly like no one had ever seen this coming. Hezbollah, like Israel invaded Lebanon and they were on every roof with sniper rifles and they set booby traps, and like Israel was driven out of Lebanon. I believe it was 13 days. It was like a 13-day war, and Hezbollah was like the hero of the entire Muslim world. And they rebuilt Lebanon very quickly, and they built pictures, murals of Hugo Chavez, and it was like Hezbollah and Iran, as well as the Bolivarian countries, they had created a new layer of anti-imperialist states, and they had epically defeated Israel. And the whole Muslim world was cheering for Hezbollah, and Hezbollah had just delivered this very, very epic defeat to Israel. That was a huge game changer, right? So the world was basically slipping out of U.S. control. Anti-imperialism was rising because of Bush. Bush had alienated Europe. He'd alienated the Muslim world. The oil prices were high. And as a result, Bolivarian socialism was rising. Shia Islam and Iranian influence was rising. Russia was becoming a stronger economy. The European countries were mad at the United States. And all of this was happening. Beneath the surface, the U.S. economy was getting ready to tank. And we saw signs of it, like home foreclosures. In Detroit, homes were being foreclosed left and right. And in California, homes were being foreclosed. And you saw this 2006, 2007. You started to see home foreclosures taking place across the country. And something was not right. All of this led to, 2008, out of the blue, Barack Obama is running for president. And Barack Obama, I mean, the way he was presented, he was God. He was a savior. It was weird. No one thinks of him this way now. Barack Obama was a man on a white horse. He was Superman. He was Jesus Christ in the flesh. I mean, I met people that literally believed he was the second coming of Jesus, right? I mean, that literally thought that, right? That, oh, this guy must be Christ returning. He's going to reveal he's Jesus when he gets elected. Like, it was nuts, right? The way mainstream media just blew up Barack Obama. I mean, it was weird. And it was like people, they did a lot of marketing, and his rallies were very well staged, and the media just blew him up, and Obamania, they called it. And and social media was very new during these years. That's the other thing. Facebook and Twitter had just started. Originally, Facebook, you had to have a college account to have a Facebook. And Twitter had just started. And, with social media, Obama was going crazy. They had Obama Girl. And, it was like a rap video. I got a crush on Obama. And the other thing was that Obama's people, and this is very interesting, would pick cases of racism, like incidents of racism, and blow them up, right? For example, in Louisiana, in a little town in Louisiana called Gina, there was an incident where there was a fight between a white group of high school kids and a black group of high school kids. And the black high school students got much more serious punishment than the white kids did. It was just a little incident in a small town, but it was all over Facebook and Twitter. And there was a day where everyone wore black to stand with the Gina Six. This is kind of the beginning of what you call woke, right? Woke is starting to happen. And Facebook is a new invention. Twitter is a new invention. We have a small incident in a small town. How often does that happen? That, we know that, racism, especially, back then there was very little awareness of it, especially in small conservative towns. How often is it that, there's an incident where the black students are treated unfairly and given much harsher punishment than the white kids? It's not something that doesn't happen every day during these years. But for some reason, this one case went viral, and, Obama talked about the case, and it was voting for Obama was you were going to rescue America from racism, kind of, right? To their credit, some people saw through this. The Uhuru movement, for example, they saw through this, and they challenged Obama in Florida. They stood up to him and they challenged him. Some other people saw through this, and the Black is Back coalition was formed. Cynthia McKinney, the congresswoman, she called out Obama. She said, this guy's a fraud. But it was if you criticized Obama, you were, and I went to a college that was almost entirely white, and it didn't matter. White students, it was he could do no wrong. He was, It was weird. I've never seen anything like it. Like Obama worship was very, very extreme. And like Republicans, I had members of my family from like the South, from Missouri, who lifelong Republicans. I think it's about time we had a black president here in America. I'm going to vote for Obama. Like it was weird, honestly. I mean, it was like the whole country had kind of come together. We are going to worship Barack Obama. The black community was particularly energized for obvious reasons. He was the first black president, but it wasn't just them. It was everybody. And the slogan, "Yes, we can," was the slogan. Yes, we can. And it was like, it was wild. It was really, really wild. And so because of that, we need to talk about who is Obama. Nobody really knew that much about him. And there were a lot of like right-wing attacks on Obama, but they all kind of lacked any substance, right? So who was Barack Obama? Well, Barack Obama was born in Hawaii, and he was born in Hawaii, right? There's a certificate of live birth. I mean, he was born in Hawaii. There's a birth announcement in the newspaper. But what's weird is they didn't release the birth certificate. And to this day, I don't really know what was going on there. Obviously, he was born in America. And there was this whole campaign that said he was actually born in Kenya. That was silly. He was born in America. But there was something about the birth certificate that wasn't right. They wouldn't release the birth certificate. And like Donald Trump, that was one of his big things. Where's the birth certificate? I want the birth certificate. You know, and it became this whole thing. Where's the birth certificate? And something was going on there, right? We don't exactly know. One theory is that he may have given up his citizenship when he lived in Indonesia. And I'll get to that in a second. But he was born in Hawaii. His grandparents were major shareholders of the Bank of Hawaii, which is a small bank based in Hawaii that is very, very heavily involved in CIA activities. It is how the CIA funneled money throughout the Pacific, was through the Bank of Hawaii. And Barack Obama's grandparents were, you know, on the board. They were major shareholders. So, I mean, if you're shareholders in a bank, you know, he comes from money. Let me put it that way. He comes from money. And they were very, very wealthy people who lived in Hawaii and ran the Bank of Hawaii. I think his grandparents had originally been born in Kansas, but they were quite wealthy. They moved to Hawaii. They set up the Bank of Hawaii. Their daughter was a woman named Ann Dunham. And Ann Dunham, she was their daughter. She's a white woman. And Ann Dunham became like a leftist academic kind of, I wouldn't say leftist. I would say like Kennedy liberal academic. And she worked for the Ford Foundation. Now, the Ford Foundation is intelligence, right? That's kind of like working for George Soros today. I mean, it's still around. So his mother was this college professor, got her PhD, and she worked for the Ford Foundation. They sent her to Indonesia. Now, what was happening in Indonesia? Well, we all know that in the 60s, Indonesia elected a communist president, right? Sukarno. And Indonesia had the world's largest communist party in the post-World War II years. There's a very large ethnically Chinese community. China and the Soviet Union were strong communist countries. And Sukarno was the president of Indonesia, and he was trying to transition Indonesia into becoming a communist country. And what happened? In 1965, the CIA overthrew the Indonesian government. The military, aligned with the CIA, overthrew the Indonesian government, the elected president Sukarno, and it was a bloodbath, and they killed at least 500,000 people. It started out as they just executed every communist, right? It was basically after the coup happened, they had a list of every communist, and they just killed them for being communists. But it didn't stop there. I mean, it turned into a genocide. They just started slaughtering the ethnically Chinese community. And it's very interesting. This is a very interesting thing. In Indonesia, a lot of the conservative Muslims believe that ethnically Chinese people are Jews. Don't ask. I mean, I can explain why, but they believe, Indonesia is a Muslim country, but it's in the Pacific. It's in Asia, and it's very Muslim, right? And that it's conservative Muslim religious clergy are anti-communist and anti-Chinese, and China was a communist government. And the ethnic Chinese minority, they tended to be people who were middle class. They were store owners. They had business connections. And the Communist Party was very popular among ethnically Chinese people. So Wahhabis, that's the Saudi interpretation of Islam, was very popular among like Islamic extremists in Indonesia. And they preached that the ethnically Chinese people are Jews. and that communism is a Jewish conspiracy. And so, like, the government of Indonesia that started slaughtering the ethnically Chinese people, like, they said good things about Hitler. They were Nazis, more or less, right? It was like, we're rescuing our country from the communist Jewish plot, and then we're going to start exterminating ethnically Chinese people because they're actually Jews, right? I mean, it was fascism, right? I mean, it was fascism. And Obama's mother was living in Indonesia when it was a fascist country. And she married a top general in the Indonesian military, right? At the same time, the CIA is bringing the Wahhabi Islamic extremist faction of the government to power to run Indonesia. They're committing genocide against ethnically Chinese people. Ann Dunham, who just happens to work for the Ford Foundation, which is a CIA thing, Obama's stepfather, she marries Lolo Soetoro, is his stepfather, who's a top general in the military. And so he's like, Obama is, being raised by his grandparents in Hawaii, but, now that she's married, she's got a man in her life or whatever, she brings her little boy, Barack Obama, to live with her and her husband, Lolo Soetoro. And Lolo Soetoro, this top general in the military, is Obama's stepfather. And Obama went to a really good school. I mean, it was a public school, but it was in a really wealthy area in Indonesia. It was an Islamic country. And, they suspect, one of the theories is that maybe he gave up his citizenship when he attended that school. Not confirmed. But as genocide is being conducted all over Indonesia, right? Obama's stepdad is a leader of the military that's committing this genocide. And Obama is going to school and he's learning the Quran and he's studying Islam. And apparently he's a misbehaved child, right? He was frequently getting in trouble, for not being religious enough, for not taking the religious education seriously enough. And his stepfather, was not particularly nice. Domestic violence, was beating up his mother pretty frequently, probably beating Obama as well. After a few years, Obama's mother, leaves Lolo Soetoro, takes her little boy back to Hawaii. That was Barack Obama's childhood. So, you want to talk about somebody who is like knee deep in American intelligence, like, how many people, their parents run a bank that's a CIA bank. Their mother works for a CIA foundation. Then the CIA violently overthrows the government of Indonesia and they move there and they marry a top general. Like, the whole thing just looks like CIA, like you wouldn't believe. Anyhow, so Barack Obama goes back to Hawaii, and in Hawaii, he goes to school. He eventually goes to Harvard University and Columbia University, and he studies in the international school at Columbia University, which is run by Zbigniew Brzezinski, who's a major U.S. foreign policy strategist during the Cold War. And he learns the soft power, like liberal, strategy. Brzezinski is the guy who is the father of the Afghan trap, of the USA arming Osama bin Laden to fight the Soviet Union. Brzezinski is the guy who is the color revolution guy and, is involved in, the Solidarność protests in Poland against the communist government. And, Brzezinski is a soft power color revolution strategist. That's who trains Obama. And Obama, that's who trains him, basically. So after college, Barack Obama becomes a community organizer in Chicago. And basically, Chicago, coming out of the 1960s and 70s, there's a lot of activist groups in Chicago. The Black Panthers, Fred Hampton was in Chicago, you remember, and he was murdered in 1969. And the Black Panthers had been very big in Chicago. And Bobby Rush, who had been like Fred Hampton's right-hand man, was elected to Congress as former Black Panther, right? And there's a lot of black radicals in Chicago. The Nation of Islam, Minister Farrakhan lives in Chicago. Their headquarters and their high school is, to this day, it's in Chicago. There's a lot of black nationalists in Chicago, a lot of them. The U.S. government has been trying to control the black community of Chicago for a long time. For example, there was a gang called the Blackstone Rangers. That was a big street gang in Chicago, a criminal organization. During the 60s, they converted to being black nationalists. And they then set up a bunch of community centers that were funded by the American government. And the American government, it's been admitted, they funded and they enabled this criminal, like, drug dealing group to set up all these community centers, and funded basically all their gang members were getting a paycheck from the government for being community organizers and doing community work. And they were just being drug dealers and being gang members. They were doing it to fight communism. They saw the Blackstone Rangers as an alternative to communism. And so, like, the government was funding this gang called the Blackstone Rangers to fight communism. And that, you know, there were times where the American government was using the Nation of Islam against communists as well. And there were times then that the Nation of Islam was viewed as the enemy. And eventually the Blackstone Rangers were accused of being funded by Gaddafi, and they threw them all in prison in the 80s when they stopped being useful against communism. And that Black nationalism and Black activism in Chicago has been subject to a huge amount of, like, government infiltration and government manipulation. That is, like, a really big thing. Is that, the feeling is there's so many people of color in Chicago. There's so much impoverished Black folks in Chicago. If they were to get together and revolt, it would be a big problem. It's the heartland of America, right? And so controlling the Black community in Chicago has been a big thing. Obama was a community organizer in Chicago. He ran organizations that were funded by George Soros, funded by, Saul Alinsky, the community organizer, who was had been a communist in the 1930s. Then he just kind of became a regular Democrat in the 50s and 60s. And he's, the guy who, like, organized, like, poor people protests and the war on poverty in the 1960s, kind of a social democrat. Obama runs these, like, community groups that register people to vote, that bring people to city council meetings and stuff like that, Acorn, etc. Right? Obama runs these groups, and he's a paid staffer, and his job is he runs community groups. And I mean, he's basically, it's not exactly confirmed he was an informant exactly, but he was somebody who was on the inside of the Democratic Party machine. And, he knew and he kept track of different Black radical groups. He tried to corral the Black community into voting for the Democratic Party. And, Chicago is, as much as there is, like, a real Black radical movement there, Bobby Rush, was in Congress and all of that. There's also, like, there's a lot of crazy stuff, right? So, Barack Obama, when he ran for Congress, he ran against Bobby Rush, and he ran against him from the right. He said Bobby Rush is too radical. He's extreme. And he beat Bobby Rush, and he got elected to Congress, defeating Bobby Rush, in running a centrist campaign. And Blagojevich was the governor of Illinois. And almost as soon as Barack Obama got elected president, Blagojevich was thrown in jail. And Blagojevich didn't do anything. He was just negotiating, like, who would get Obama's Senate seat after Obama got to be president. But Obama threw Blagojevich in prison. In addition to that, Jesse Jackson Jr. was thrown in jail, right? Jesse Jackson is, civil rights leader, had run for president, a prominent Democrat, also from Chicago. And Jesse Jackson, he didn't like Obama. He didn't trust Obama. And so, like, off the record, at one point, he was caught on tape saying that he wanted to cut Obama's nuts off. Do you remember this? He said that Obama talks down to Black people. I'd like to cut his nuts off. That's what he said, right? Not a very nice thing to say. Right. So then Jesse Jackson's son gets thrown in jail over some bullshit. Gregory Turner and Ben Israel. Now, this is a very important case, right? Gregory Turner and Ben Israel are two leaders of the Black Hebrew Israelites, right? Which is it's a Black nationalist religion that says that the Jews of the Bible are actually Black people. Barack Obama threw them in prison under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which had barely ever been used. But it was like this obscure law, the Foreign Agents Registration Act. They threw Gregory Turner and Ben Israel, two Black Hebrew Israelite activists, in prison for allegedly being unregistered agents of Robert Mugabe. It was pretty crazy. And that, like, when Barack Obama became president, like, one of his main operations, like, one of the first things he did is send the federal government to go after all of his enemies in Chicago. And they went after Jesse Jackson Jr. They went after Blagojevich. They went after Gregory Turner. They went after Ben Israel. They also, in 2010, Obama had been president for 2 years. They sent the FBI to raid the homes of the Freedom Road Socialist Organization, which is like a Maoist communist group that's in Chicago and some other places. and the offices of Electronic Intifada, which is the main pro-Palestine website. And the FBI raided them, and they dragged these people out of their homes and took all their stuff. They didn't prosecute them, though. They never got charged, interestingly enough. But they raided their homes, and it was crazy, right? So, that's Barack Obama. Barack Obama is brought to you by the CIA, brought to you by Israel, brought to you by the FBI trying to control black radicals in Chicago. That's Barack Obama, right? From the time he was a child in Indonesia, to his parents who were money launderers for the CIA, basically, to his mother who married a murdering coup plotting Indonesian general. Like, there is nothing revolutionary about Obama. And let's talk about Zionism, right? Barack Obama, I believe he said, there was this quote that Toni Morrison, a famous African-American writer, she said that Bill Clinton was the first black president. I believe Barack Obama said, just like Bill Clinton was the first black president, I want to be the first Jewish president. Seriously, that's what he said. I believe he said that. If he didn't say that, some of his allies said Obama is the first Jewish president. No president had ever appointed as many Jews to their cabinet as Barack Obama did. Almost his entire cabinet were Israeli Jews. And also, so as Obama, he comes into leadership, who becomes mayor of Chicago? Rahm Emanuel becomes mayor of Chicago. And Rahm Emanuel is an Israeli dual citizen who had been a leader of the Israeli Defense Forces. And Rahm Emanuel became the mayor of Chicago. Obama basically handed him the mayorship of Chicago. And so Rahm Emanuel was running Chicago for Obama. And Rahm Emanuel is a dual citizen of Israel, an Israeli military veteran. And Rahm Emanuel is also a former member of DSA, right? When he was a young man growing up in New York City, he was in DSA. He moved to Israel. He worked with the Clintons. Then he moved to Israel, was a big Israeli military guy. And then under Obama basically gave him the job of being the mayor of Chicago. So Obama is about as Israeled up as you can get, right? I mean, it's just and then under his presidency, the FBI raided the homes of Electronic Intifada and Freedom Road. And the allegation against Freedom Road was that they had somehow been tied to Palestinian groups, right? And Electronic Intifada was, again, were somehow tied to Hamas or Palestinian groups or something. They never charged them, but it was like a huge big deal to have Palestine activists have their homes raided at gunpoint by the FBI. And he also had the Black Hebrew Israelites thrown in jail for their ties to Zimbabwe. And, and they used the FARA law, the totally unconstitutional FARA law, which we'll be talking about more later. So this is who Barack Obama was, right? This isn't even talking about what he did as president, except for what he did in Chicago. There was nothing good about Barack Obama. Nothing. Well, maybe a little bit of something that we'll get to later. That's Barack Obama, right? Barack Obama was completely the establishment, if there ever was one, right? So anyhow, so what happened right after Obama became president? You had all the Republicans became libertarians, which is interesting because to be a libertarian in American politics used to be this really obscure thing. It was like, you're a what? You're a libertarian, right? But around the time Obama became president, suddenly all the Republicans were saying they were libertarians. Ron Paul had been the Republican candidate in the 2008 election, had been like the fringe Republican, the anti-war Republican. And right after Obama won the presidency, suddenly all the Republicans were libertarians, right? And they were talking about Atlas Shrugged, and they were talking about, Milton Friedman, and it was like America is a communist country, etc. All the Republicans and they have End the Fed rallies around the country to end the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is the 10th plank of the Communist Manifesto, and America is a communist country run by our central bank, Federal Reserve. And they start having these Tea Party rallies, taxed enough already. Tea Party, after the Tea Party, the Boston Tea Party or whatever, but it's also taxed enough already. And, they're having rallies against Obama, against the idea is Obama's going to make our taxes go up. Obama's going to bring communism or whatever. And the rallies are suburban. It's suburban people, right? It's white people from the suburbs who are mad about the financial crisis. And they tend to be anti-war. They tend to think the wars are not good. They tend to be against the political repression, but they have like a John Birch Society, conservative, the American government is communist kind of narrative. And they started having these rallies against Obama. And, and people talked about how there were two Tea Parties. There was the Tea Party that was on Fox News, which was just a Republican rally. Obama's a communist, support Israel, blah, blah, blah. But then, like, if you actually went to the Tea Parties, there would be people there that it was more Ron Paul kind of stuff. They were against the wars. They were against foreign interventions. They were anti-Israel. They were wanting some kind of libertarian revolution against the deep state, but that's not what CNN and Fox portrayed, right? The rallies that got the version of it on TV was a very Republican neocon Tea Party. The communist groups declared the Tea Party to be fascist. And I was part of that. And I look back on that. It was really stupid, but that was our line, right? Were these people wrong? Sure. They thought free markets were the solutions, but they were not any more delusional than the Obama voters. I mean, and they were against the establishment. They were against the wars. And there were people that tried to tell me this back in these days. They'd be like, these people are against the wars just like you are, Caleb. I'd be like, no, they're fascists. Well, actually, these people were wrong, but so was the left. The left was also wrong. And that, I think it would have been smart to go to the Tea Party and talk to people, but anyhow, the left said the Tea Party were fascist. And this is a moment I will never forget. So at the same time these Tea Party rallies are happening, suddenly it's okay to be a communist again, right? Wall Street was reading Marx, right? Newsweek, the cover of Newsweek says we're all socialists now. The New York Times does stories about the Brecht Forum, which is like a Marxist educational center that existed in New York City at the time that was run by like former Weather Underground terrorists and Communist Party USA members. That they gave classes about Stalin and stuff like that. And, it was suddenly it was okay to be a communist. And Richard Wolff was getting mainstream attention, and Slavoj Žižek was getting mainstream attention, and Elaine Badu. And it was suddenly socialism was up for discussion. And the communist groups suddenly had a lot of funding. There were two big U.S. social forums that they had, one in Detroit and one in Atlanta, Georgia. Michael Moore made a communist film not a communist film, but an anti-capitalist film, Capitalism, a Love Story. The U.S. government and the establishment was basically saying to push back against the Tea Party, the communists could go out and do their thing. It's like, do your thing, communists, go be yourselves. And they just completely fell on their faces. They were so weak and incompetent. I mean, it was sad. It was tragic. It was their moment. It was their moment. If they were going to do their thing, Jesse Jackson said, we need some street heat to support Obama or whatever. No. The communist groups were so incompetent and so pathetic. They couldn't do anything. It was really, really sad. The Workers' World Party, they had a march against the bailout the people march. And Michael Moore promoted it on his website and sent it out to people. And it was a tiny little gathering. And oh gosh, all the communist groups tried to do stuff, and the labor union, and it was just so sad. It was these boomers that had been running the groups forever. The FBI had torn apart these groups and infiltrated them. And oh my goodness, the communists, and the government knew the communist groups were not a threat. They knew that they weren't going to, build a real movement that would overthrow anything. And they thought they would just be kind of useful to push back against the Tea Party. And they just couldn't fucking do it. All right. And it was so sad to watch. It was infuriating. It was really infuriating to see just how incompetent people like Larry Holmes and Fred Goldstein and Bob Avakian and Sam Webb, who was running the Communist Party, these people were just utter fools. They were just utter fools. They didn't know what they were doing. And there was a moment where the ruling class was basically promoting them. And it was you can't teach an old dog new treat. These people are professional losers. Okay. I hate to get emotional here, but the people that run the communist groups in America are professional losers. They have been put, it's like somebody whose job is to throw the fight, right? If you're a boxer, you're a ringer, and your job is to throw the fight and lose the fight. And then one time they say, actually, tonight you have to go out and win. you're not going to be able to do it because all you know how to do is throw the fight. That's these people, right? All these communist groups, they'd been throwing the game. They had gotten the job because their job was to lose. They were ringers. They were to throw the game and lose. And finally, there was a moment where it was like, okay, we need you to actually win one. And they couldn't do it. That's what it was like. Imagine that. Imagine a rigged boxing thing where the guy who gets up and loses every night, they finally tell him, oh, now it's time to win a couple just to even out the score a little bit. And he's so bad, all he knows how to do is lose, is take the fall, take the hit. That's kind of what happened there. It was so sad. And that's when it became apparent to me that something was very wrong. I had been in 2 of these communist groups at this point. And to see how they sabotaged themselves. Like every time they started to accomplish anything, they would just internally flip out. Like you were not allowed to achieve anything in these groups. If you started to recruit people, if you started to be successful, they attacked you. It was like all they knew how to do was lose. It was pretty awful. So after the communist groups proved that they weren't going to be able to do it, the labor unions, they had like this rally called One America. And it was just like, it was like a national protest by labor unions, One America. It was like against the Tea Party, but it was like this patriotic rally. They failed to build any kind of substantial movement, Gavin. They failed to, they were being handed national television spots. They were being handed foundation money to run rallies, and they just couldn't do it. They were just incompetent. Sam Webb appeared on Fox News to debate Glenn Beck and looked like a complete buffoon. The Workers' World Party, their rally that they had, the Bailout the People March, was promoted by Michael Moore, and it was tiny and pathetic. And everything just resulted in endless squabbling and sectarianism. And the Brecht Forum ended up going out of business because they were fighting with each other. And it was Gavin, like they just couldn't do it. They just didn't know how to win. They just couldn't take the win. It was so sad. But anyway, so the labor unions, they had their One America rally, and it was just like this patriotic rally to be like, we're One America, labor unions are good. It was okay, I guess. It was just the labor unions had their rally. And then Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert had their rally to restore sanity. And that was another flop. And it was like they had free buses from all these colleges, basically. All these colleges had free buses. They bused all these college kids to Washington, D.C. to watch Jon Stewart of The Daily Show and Stephen Colbert of, the Colbert Report, do like their comedy routine, basically. It was just like a live comedy show in Washington, D.C. And it was like they were trying to do this thing where like the far left and the far right are both bad. And, it flopped. It was silly. It was very, very silly. And it was a mess. So finally, the Arab Spring starts up in 2011. And during the Arab Spring, that's when, you had the Wisconsin state capitol building be occupied by the public sector unions. You had Occupy Wall Street, and it was like you had the Arab Spring, happening around the Middle East, where the Egyptian government was overthrown, where you had, a lot of, protests happening in the Middle East. And at the same time, Libya and Syria, were pushed into civil war. And so during the Arab Spring, you had Occupy Wall Street, which I was part of, which was basically after the left had failed, they brought, David Graeber and a bunch of color revolution people who had done protests for the CIA and other countries to America to stage like liberal protests to be the response to the Tea Party. Now, when the USA bombed and destroyed Libya in 2011, there was almost no opposition to it. None. It was unbelievable. The communist groups threw Libya under the bus. The Nation of Islam supported Libya, and some of the communist groups, they spoke up against it, but they did so in a very, very weak way. I was in Workers' World Party, and they were at least against bombing Libya. They at least supported Libya, but even their support was weak. They ran articles accusing Libya of being a bourgeois nationalist regime. One of their articles even goes as far as saying that the Libyan revolution only happened because Gaddafi wanted to better exploit the workers. And because it was pitched as it was like the protests against Gaddafi were presented as being like the Arab Spring and like Occupy Wall Street. Because of that, the left didn't oppose the bombing of Libya. And Gaddafi was accused of being sexist and anti-gay. And so it was unbelievable to see the left betray Libya. Libya had supported the Black Panthers. Libya had supported the IRA. Libya was like this stronghold of anti-imperialism, was trying to build an independent African bank, but the left, it just wasn't hip and cool, and they were taking their leadership. They were sucking up to Obama and doing a bad job of it, and the left threw Libya under the bus. Now, the 2012 presidential election was an interesting election because of the fact that, so Mitt Romney was the Republican candidate. He was the first Mormon to be a major candidate for president. They nominated a Mormon, and he represented Mormonism, which is a big force within the American deep state, FBI, CIA, and they're a really major religion on like the West Coast in Oregon and Washington State and Idaho and Utah. Mitt Romney, this Mormon member of Congress, he ran, and his campaign was all about small businesses and all of that. And Obama had said, if you run a business, you didn't build that all by yourself, right? You didn't build it all by yourself because the government paved the roads and the government, whatever. But, that was like, oh my gosh, he said you didn't build that. He's suppressing small businesses. Obama won the election by a landslide. The slogan at the Democratic convention was Bin Laden is dead, but Detroit is still alive. It was kind of like they tried to harness some of the Occupy Wall Street energy. And Mitt Romney's campaign was just kind of a standard Republican campaign, but it emphasized like small business a little bit more. But they didn't really have enough energy. They were just kind of defending the American establishment, pushing like free markets. Like the big moment during the campaign was like Mitt Romney said to Obama, he's like, I like PBS. I like Big Bird, but do we need to borrow from China to pay for it? Right. And it was like, he was running a campaign of we need to cut government spending. Obama said the same thing, basically. Yes, we need to cut government spending, but don't elect the Republicans because they're crazy. I'll be better about it. That was kind of the campaign. But at the 2012 convention, they had Elizabeth Warren, who was a member of Congress. They had her shout, corporations are not people, and it was like they were trying to do the Occupy Wall Street thing. It was completely meaningless. It was a really bullshit campaign. But there was one moment that stood out, and we're talking about the transition from Bush to Trump 2.0. This is what stood out, and I might even be able to show it on here, actually. I wonder if I can find a video of it. Clint Eastwood gave a speech to the 2012 campaign, to the 2012 Republican convention. That was, it was a speech where he talked to an empty chair as if it was Barack Obama. And like, that was the highlight of the convention. Clint Eastwood is a famous cowboy actor, but if you listen to what Clint Eastwood was saying, he wasn't sounding like a regular Republican. I'll put some of the speech on. I'm not going to show the whole thing, but there's like a clip from the famous Mitt Romney talking to an empty chair speech, right? Where he had like an empty chair and he pretended the empty chair was Barack Obama. This was Clint Eastwood, he's a Hollywood director, but he's famous for being a cowboy actor in like spaghetti westerns and stuff. This is Clint Eastwood talking to an empty chair as if it's Barack Obama. That was his like shtick, like his act at the Republican convention.
So I've got Mr. Obama sitting here, and I just was going to ask him a couple questions, but I remember. I mean, everybody's crying. Oprah was crying, and I was even crying. And then finally, I haven't cried that hard since I found out that there's 23 million unemployed people in this country. So, Mr. President, how do you handle promises that you made when you were running for election, and how do you handle it? I mean, what do you say to people? Do you just, I know people were wondering, you don't have it, okay? What do you mean, shut up? And I know I know you were against the war in Iraq, and that's okay. But you thought the war in Afghanistan was okay. I mean, you thought that was something that was worth doing. We didn't check with the Russians to see how they did there for the 10 years. But I'm not going to shut up. It's my turn. What do you want me to tell Romney? I can't tell him to do that. Can't do that to himself. You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. You're getting as bad as Biden. I never thought that it was a good idea for attorneys to be president anyway, and I think if you just kind of stepped aside and Mr. Romney can kind of take over, you could still use a plane. Though maybe a smaller one, not that big gas guzzler that you're driving around when you're going around to colleges and talking about student loans and stuff like that. It's important that you realize that and that you're the best in the world. And whether you're Democrat or whether you're a Republican or whether you're libertarian or whatever, you're the best. And we should not ever forget that. And when somebody does not do the job, we've got to let them go. It doesn't hurt. We don't have to be. I don't say that word anymore. Well, maybe one last time. I'll start it, you finish it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was something special. But you heard that was like a heavily edited version of the speech. But there was a couple moments in that speech. I remember watching this speech. There were a couple moments in that speech that were not standard Republicans. For example, you heard the line about 23 million unemployed people. That got a huge round of applause. And there were, that was not normal. The Republican Party had been the party of, if you're unemployed, that's because you're a loser and you need to get a job. But now it was like, no, we want jobs, and the unemployed have been left behind. That was new. There was also the line about occupying Afghanistan. We didn't check with the Russians about how that went. And then they cut it out of that clip, but he actually says, bring those troops home now. Huge applause. And it was like the Republican Party was not the same old Republican Party. The Ron Paul stuff had kind of changed them. And the 2012 election campaign of Mitt Romney, I mean, it was a flop. Mitt Romney, he lost, Obama won, but it was like Republicans were already starting to change. Now, what's interesting is as soon as Obama was reelected, he replaced Hillary Clinton as his Secretary of State with John Kerry. Remember John Kerry? John Kerry became Secretary of State, and U.S. foreign policy dramatically shifted in Obama's second term. And this is a really important point. I point this out in my Kamala Harris book. It was like night and day. During Obama's first term, Hillary Clinton had been running the State Department. And according to New Yorker magazine, she had not been taking orders from Obama. She had been doing whatever she wanted. And she'd been doing it in coordination with the tech monopolies and with Jared Andrew Cohen and with Google and Facebook and Twitter. And they did the Arab Spring, and Obama didn't even really know what was going on. And there were times where Obama tried to step in, and Hillary Clinton basically just told Obama to back off. Like, Obama wanted to fire Jared Andrew Cohen, who was the liaison to the tech monopolies at one point. And Hillary Clinton said, no, I'm not firing him. Not happening. And after Hillary Clinton was out of the Obama White House, Obama's second term was all about making deals. And he established diplomatic relations with Cuba. He established, he did the Iran nuclear deal, right? The Iran nuclear deal, where Iran gave up almost all of its peaceful nuclear energy program in exchange for the USA lifting some of the sanctions and admitting in writing they had the right to have nuclear energy. That was a very big deal. And before the Iran nuclear deal was passed by Congress, Netanyahu came to the U.S. Congress and gave an anti-Iran speech that was televised. It was on national television. And it was basically the U.S. Congress had an anti-Obama and anti-Iran rally where Netanyahu, a foreign president, right, Many times foreign leaders have addressed a joint session of Congress, but this was something special, where Netanyahu was basically given a platform to blast Obama as being too soft on Iran, to oppose the Iran nuclear deal. That was a really big deal. Netanyahu gave his anti-Iran speech. The Iran nuclear deal passed, and at the time, the USA was trying to polarize the Muslim world against Iran, Sunni versus Shia. And that actually comes from an Israeli plan, the Oded Yanan plan, right? The idea was that Syria, because Bashar Assad was an Alawite, and that's a form of Shia Islam, the idea was Iran is trying to take over the world with Shia Islam, so Wahhabis and Sunnis need to unite and try to overthrow and stop Iran. That was the strategy, like divide the Arab world between Shia and Sunni, the Muslim world between Sunni and Shia. It's like, we got to fight Iran. That was kind of the line of how the USA was running the Middle East during the Obama presidency. But it was clear Hillary Clinton was going to replace Obama. And as Obama was leaving office, he actually said that his biggest regret as president was Libya, which was something we found out Hillary Clinton pushed him to do. Hillary Clinton did not want to go and bomb Libya. Hillary Clinton pushed him to do it. And he said that his biggest achievement was in 2013 when he didn't bomb Syria, right? He was going to bomb Syria in 2013, but he made a deal where Syria gave up their chemical weapons in exchange for not being bombed. And Obama said that was his biggest achievement. So his biggest achievement was a time he didn't listen to Hillary Clinton. And his biggest regret was a time he did listen to Hillary Clinton. Very interesting. And, Hillary Clinton is assumed she's just going to be the successor to Obama. And Hillary Clinton is running for president, and everyone assumes she's going to win. But out of the blue, the Trump campaign emerges. Trump's campaign was a big surprise. Nobody saw it coming. And Donald Trump is loved by the mainstream media, and it just blew everyone out of the water. And Trump came into office. He did not expect to win. Everyone thought Hillary Clinton was going to win, but Trump won. And as soon as Trump won, the Russiagate hysteria, he's secretly working for Putin. We all know now that was a complete hoax, right? Russia did not interfere in the U.S. election to support Trump. In fact, they didn't. They could have. They had a lot of damning information on Hillary, that she was addicted to painkillers, that she was psychotic and had meltdowns and all this. They covered that up. And Hillary Clinton lost. And she lost. There's a number of reasons that she lost. Part of the reason she lost was there were a number of people within the deep state who were scared of what another Arab Spring would bring. Tulsi Gabbard, for example, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard was a Democrat, but she was anti-war. And she basically said, if Hillary Clinton gets in, we're going to get another Arab Spring. And we're still picking up the pieces in Syria and we can't have another Arab Spring. The Arab Spring resulted in spreading terrorism all throughout the Middle East, refugees, instability. And there was a lot of people, and Trump would give them play. He would say throughout the campaign, Hillary Clinton literally created ISIS. She literally created ISIS. Well, that's actually true, right? By destabilizing Libya and Syria, they enabled ISIS to set up shop and come to power. So it was pretty wild. So Trump comes into office. There's another alleged chemical attack that wasn't actually done by the Syrian government. They blamed on the Syrian government. And Trump actually went ahead and did what Obama never did, is he bombed Syria. So you would think, right? All the leftists and Democrats are protesting against Trump bombing Syria. Wrong. Linda Sarsour and the Democratic Socialists of America had a rally after Trump bombed Syria saying that he didn't bomb it enough, that he fake bombed Syria because he works for Russia. Linda Sarsour, who is the head of the Democratic Party's Arab American Muslim caucus in New York City and is in DSA, she protested Trump for not bombing Syria enough. She wanted him to really bomb Syria, and he only blew up like one Air Force base or something. That's DSA, right? They are regime change war hawks. Trump threatened Venezuela in his first term, and then he de-escalated. And then Trump met with Kim Jong-un, but the peace process on the Korean Peninsula was sabotaged by John Bolton and Mike Pompeo. After Trump met with Kim Jong-un, what happened? Trump met with Kim Jong-un, And then, before the first meeting, John Bolton said, "Oh, Libyan options are on the table." We all know what happened to Libya. That was an awful thing to say. On top of that, in addition to that, we also had the North Korean embassy in Spain was raided and broken into by CIA people. And you can read about that. It got a lot of attention in Spain, but got very little attention in the American press. But like to sabotage the talks, the CIA broke into the North Korean embassy in Spain. And Mike Pompeo and John Bolton, they didn't want the peace process on the Korean Peninsula to actually go through. That's what was going on there. And so as Trump's first term is coming to an end, we had the COVID lockdowns, which are wrecking the economy, and the suicide rate. I mean, it's awful. And the George Floyd uprising on mainstream media was like promoting, there was an awful act of police brutality in Minneapolis, but then that it was widely promoted and like people went out and rioted and there was chaos. And it was pretty clear they were just, and it was after the election, it was confirmed there was basically all kinds of powerful people in both parties sat down and they said, Trump is not trustworthy. We're going to use the pandemic and we're going to use, racial unrest. We're just going to create a situation where the country looks like it's falling apart and we have to get rid of Trump. Was there election fraud? There are questions. Okay. There was, for example, in Nevada, there was something called the Native Voter Project, where they were giving cash prizes to Native Americans to vote. That's completely illegal. You cannot give anyone an incentive to vote. And you especially can't do it for just one race. But it just in Nevada, a contested state, they had this project, the Native Voter Project, where if you were a Native American and you voted, you got your name in a raffle to win a cash prize. And Native Americans tend to vote Democrat. And I mean, that's completely illegal. There was the mail-in ballots. People still have questions about the mail-in ballots, right? And I mean, was there election fraud? I mean, there was fraud to some degree. Was it enough to actually change the election results? I don't know. A lot of Trumpers did think the election was rigged. And I will tell you, in the lead up to the election, there was a huge amount of, they're going to say it's rigged, but it wasn't. And that makes me suspicious. Trump still maintains it was rigged. Then there was January 6th. As he was getting ready to leave office, he had all his supporters come to Washington. They had to stop the Steele rally. And what happened? The supporters, he said, I'll see you at the Capitol, meet you at the Capitol. The supporters went into the Capitol. The doors were left open. It was staged. They were FBI informants. And January 6th happened the way it did because, it was like they kind of, they used Trump's energy against him. It's kind of jujitsu. Trump is trying to flex and get all his supporters there. He wants them to all go to the Capitol and protest. Well, they left the doors to the Capitol open. The Capitol Police escorted people in and were leading them around the building and everything. But then it was portrayed to the media as an attempted coup, right? They were going to stop the counting of the votes and, it was a coup. It was a coup, right? That's the way it was portrayed, as an attempted coup. So after Trump leaves office, all thousands of Trump supporters are thrown in federal prison. And, Biden comes into office. It was an attempted coup. It was the worst thing that ever happened. It was authoritarianism, blah, 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 blah. Right? Pretty crazy stuff. So Biden comes in, and at this point, they're trying to completely erase Trump. Now, here's where we come into it, right? I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't talk about our organization. So during the pandemic, this YouTube channel exploded in popularity. I've had this YouTube channel since 2008. There was a debate on my college campus. I videoed it. I've been doing little videos here and there, but right before the pandemic, I started streaming every Saturday. I would go to the office and work during the week, but then I came home. And so on Saturdays, I would just do these streams, talk politics. And right before the pandemic, I debated somebody called Destiny. And I didn't know who Destiny was. Then the pandemic lockdowns happened and I was at home all the time. So I started streaming every night. And I found out about this whole internet universe called BreadTube. BreadTube was it was like this internet socialist community that had sprung up to like get Bernie Sanders supporters to be pro-imperialist, basically, and to wage like cancel culture hate campaigns against anti-imperialist leftists, and to like build psych up young people that might be questioning the establishment to hate Trump and to oppose Trump supporters, and to think that anything questioning the mainstream foreign policy narrative is a conspiracy theory. It was Vosh, ContraPoints, this guy Destiny, who technically wasn't part of BreadTube, but he was like their kingmaker. He was this famous internet troll, right? And BreadTube was a psyop. It was a psychological operation, basically, against anti-imperialists, right? And at this time, all the communist groups are collapsing, right? The Democratic Socialists of America is absorbing what's left of them, but the International Socialist Organization, the ISO, they collapsed. Some kind of stupid sex scandal. I don't know what happened. I don't give a fuck, but they collapsed because they were accused of sex drama or whatever. The Workers' World Party collapsed in 2017, accused of sex and internet and, what, I don't even know what happened. I don't care. Stupid shit. They collapsed, right? All the communist groups are basically just being demolished by weird internet sex drama scandals, social media, whatever. Meanwhile, BreadTube is blowing up. These people that no one's ever heard of, Vosh and ContraPoints and Destiny, all of a sudden they're the voice of socialism. They're telling people to join the DSA. And the left is being completely reinvented. And they made the stupid decision to make me the boogeyman in their narrative because I work at RT, or I worked at RT. I'm an independent journalist now, but I used to work at RT. And because whatever reason, I don't know, they think they assumed I must not be intelligent. They made me the boogeyman in their narrative. And they just started talking about me nonstop. Thought Slime, Vosh, and I debated all of them and I did a pretty good job. And this channel, as a result, just started blowing up. And, we're now at about 40,000 subscribers. And we've earned every single one of them. I'll tell you that much. And we blew up. And because of that, we started having the Center for Political Innovation. We'd had Students and Youth for a New America Club in New York City and other places, but we became the Center for Political Innovation. Coming out of the pandemic, we had our first meetup. And we kind of emerged because we wanted to push back against the synthetic left. And that's what we talked about, the synthetic left. And it was revealed to me that BreadTube was being backed by U.S. intelligence, that BreadTube was being guided by Steve Hassan, the big cult deprogrammer, from the 1970s, who, used to de-radicalize people. He would kidnap people from the Scientology or the Unification Church or communist groups and try to deprogram them. And he's the big cult guru. And he was advising people about how to run, BreadTube was basically a de-radicalization operation to uncommunist people and make them into Democrats, and also un-right-wing people, make people not Trump supporters, not conspiracy theorists. And, this guy, Steve Hassan, was advising them. So I wrote a book about it. BreadTube Serves Imperialism. The BreadTube people heard about it, lost their minds. The book sold thousands of copies, and this YouTube channel started blowing up. And I wrote the anti-BreadTube book. Jimmy Dore did a story on it. We started to really come into existence as an organization. It was really, that's kind of the origins of CPI. CPI really blew up by fighting BreadTube. We were the anti-BreadTube, and we survived. It's kind of amazing. I lost so many friends. I was canceled like you wouldn't believe, but so many people drifted into our circles, and there was an audience for this kind of politics. People wanted to hear it, and it was great. And we were not, at this time, we were still just doing the communism thing. We were just trying to stay true to communism. We were friends with Jyoti Brar and the Communist Party of Great Britain, Marxist-Leninist. We were, we had people in the Communist Party that were friendly to us. We were just doing the communism thing. I didn't form a new party because I said the parties are not serious, right? We're doing an education project to educate people about anti-imperialism, etc. During this time, Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, and the Afghan pullout was very, very dramatically bad. It was just absolutely awful. It was sabotaged, right? To blow up in Biden's face by people in the deep state that didn't want it to happen. So what happens? 2022, Russia launched their special military operation. They moved in to protect the peoples of Donbass, to protect the people of Ukraine. Biden had come in, he had escalated anti-Russian rhetoric, and they were bombing the people and killing the people in Donbass. They were getting ready to go in and slaughter the people. And at that point, Russia said, all right, we're just going to move in and protect them. The USA was like announcing Russia's going to invade Ukraine. And Russia's like, well, actually, we don't want to invade Ukraine. Can you just not slaughter these people? But no, Russia's going to invade. And finally, Russia had no choice. They moved in to protect the peoples. special military operation happened. And that's when there was Ukraine hysteria, right? Oh, everyone had to support Ukraine, Ukrainian flags everywhere. That was also when the government launched another operation against CPI, which they blew up certain streamers who, for a while they'd been blowing up BreadTube to demonize me and all of that. But they realized there was enough people that just wanted to hear this message. So they artificially blew up some streamers that sounded like us, except they took our message and they distorted it. For example, we were always accused of being transphobic and homophobic. We were never that. We always said we're neutral. We had trans people that were in CPI. We had people that were religious who didn't, believe in that. We had LGBT gay people. We had some people that were pro-abortion. We had some people who were against it. Our position was we don't care about that. We want to talk about the struggles of working families. We want to oppose imperialism. We didn't care about that. But these streamers emerged and they came out of nowhere. They immediately had hundreds of thousands of subscribers and New York Times stories advertising them. And they were friendly to us at first, but we noticed they were doing exactly the opposite of what the woke left did. They started using words like faggot, queer, ethnic, racial, nasty slurs and homophobic slurs all the time, right? And they were constantly trying to just do the opposite of what the woke left did, just be on the other side of the culture war. And they were sucking up to, it's like they were the communist wing of the manosphere, Andrew Tate and all of that. It was very suspicious. They were friendly to us for a while. And so we had an event in Austin, Texas, and they called me up basically and said, can we come to your event? And I said, sure. And so we had an event in Austin, Texas that we paid for, that we put together, CPI put together. And we basically gave a platform to these people. And it was pretty intense. I mean, there were violent Antifa people tried to get in and they couldn't get in. We had very good security to prevent them from getting in. There were a lot of threats on the conference, but we managed to have a very effective conference. And, the video of the conference, we opened it with the Internationale and the Star Spangled Banner and the flag of the Donetsk People's Republic. And that went viral all over the media. And still to this day, there's a website, trutherfiction.com had to do a story to confirm it wasn't an internet hoax. And we had a good 120 people fill up this auditorium in Austin, Texas to have a pro-Russia rally. And that was CPI. We did it. We had a big bust of Abraham Lincoln at the front of the room. And we had this great event that we put together all by ourselves, and it was very effective. It was a great thing that we did. I'm glad we did it. It was a great thing, and we did it. And we had a rally in New York City. Russia is not our enemy. We had multiple rallies. We did good stuff. You can watch the playlist. It's on YouTube here, right? And we gave a platform to these streamers. One thing that I did notice about the streamers, though, is we met with them before the conference, right? Because of the high security situation, we had armed guards protecting the event. There were threats. Antifa was threatening to come in and attack people. It was a high security situation. We got a lot of threats and it was pretty wild, but it was Ukraine hysteria was at its height, everything. It was a pro-Russia conference, right? We met at a restaurant beforehand, and then we had the security team pick us up and take us there. And these streamers were there, and we met them in person, in real life. They're not the same people that they claim to be on social media. They are playing a character on social media. They are playing a character. They are not who they claim to be. And they are also oddly disinterested in the ideas that they promote. They're not really interested in geopolitics. They're just kind of dumb normies, right? They're dumb normies, kind of shy, and they're utterly terrified of their fans. Their audience, they are terrified of, which was interesting to watch. I'm like, these people are not the characters that they claim to be. They'd come out of nowhere. They just blew up. They got hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and you talk to them. I'm sitting there in the restaurant, with Peter Coffin, with a few others. It's like, these people are not sincere. They're not real. And they think their audience are suckers and fools. they're not interested in communism. They're just dude bros who want to work out and, I don't know, talk about fucking bitches and, working out at the gym and how much they can lift. And they're just dumb dude bros who got the gig. Okay. They're not serious. They're not real anti-imperialists. And they're terrified. They do not want to meet their fans. They are terrified of their fans. Right. Very odd. And at the time they were doing something that we really didn't appreciate, which was they're talking about, we're going to take over the Communist Party. We're going to take over the Communist Party. And I said to them, you're not going to be able to take over the Communist Party. That's somebody's property. Right. And at the time there were a lot of Communist Party members in CPI. And I said, you're making it difficult. The Communist Party's freaking out, thinking we want to take them over. And, it'd be better if you just cut that crap out, right? And, we should try to influence the Communist Party, but we're not going to be able to take it over. No, it's all over social media. We're going to take over the Communist Party and CPI is part of it. And it was very, very odd. So anyway, we did the conference, got a huge amount of publicity for the conference, all kinds of stuff, whatever. We did the best we could. Did we make some mistakes along the way? Sure, whatever, right? So anyway, after the conference, we had like a workshop in Kansas. And then we started building for a conference in Chicago. And, we were flying in Tara Reid for the conference in Chicago. And it was another like pro-Russia anti-imperialist conference in Chicago. And in the lead up to that conference, the Uhuru movement got raided by the FBI. This black socialist group gets raided. They get their homes raided. And, it's basically announced the government's probably going to indict them for being foreign agents for their pro-Russian activism. So we immediately, like the day it happened, we made videos, came out supporting them swinging. We put out press releases. I called them on the phone and I said, I want to support you any way we can. I had never talked to anyone from the Uhuru movement. I'd seen them at rallies, maybe bought their newspapers, but I said, we have got to support it. We have got to support the Uhuru movement because it's a really serious case, right? That's what we've got to do. So as we're getting ready for the conference, I get a phone call from, pissed off ex-CPI members. They're planning, they're going to smear me. They're going to destroy me, blah, blah, blah. We're going to destroy you. We've got all this private information. We're going to leak out there. And I talk with people and it's like, this is stupid, right? I didn't do anything not consensual. There was like some private messages were exchanged. It was dumb. The whole thing was dumb, right? It was just dumb. And they're basically blackmailing me. And I called up one of these people and I said to him, have I hurt you in some way? Like, have I done anything to harm you? Like, have I done anything to hurt you? No, you haven't hurt me. I said, well, what's this about? Well, what do you mean? And I said, well, what you're alleging is not true, right? They were trying to say certain things, like they were basically trying to accuse me of like very serious crimes at first. And I said to them, look, I mean, that's not true, what you're trying to allege here. And he's like, well, get specific with me. And I said, well, I'm not going to do that. He was recording the phone call, right? That's why he wanted me to get specific. I wasn't going to get specific. I said, but what you're alleging here that I did blank, blank, blank. They were first going to try and accuse me of some very, very serious crimes, which I did not commit. And I said, that's not true, right? Well, let's talk through it. Let's get specific. I said, no. And he was hoping I would incriminate myself on the phone call. This is like FBI shit, right? And he's hoping I'll incriminate myself. I said, well, I'm not going to get specific with you. And then he says to me, you're going to cancel the conference, right? I said, no, we're not going to cancel the conference. He said, well, you got to cancel the conference, right? So, people that were speaking at the conference started getting mysterious phone calls, right? People I went to college with who I hadn't spoken to in years were getting mysterious phone calls. People saying, hey, we're trying to prepare a smear against Caleb Moppet. Can you tell us something about him in college? And people no. Well, can we just say that you, and it was weird. They talked to people I had known years ago in the Workers' World Party. They talked to people I went to college with. I hadn't spoken in years. This was like an FBI. This was a serious operation. Now the Cult Awareness Network was involved in it, right? And I had investigated, investigated about Steve Hassan and how BreadTube had been run by these people, that were enemies of the Unification Church. So I was kind of talking to ex-Unification Church members, and all of a sudden, right before the Austin conference, they all blocked me. And it was like, boom, you're blocked. That was weird. It was very, very weird. They had clearly gotten their orders. and they started speaking to people in CPI, and they, in coordination probably with the FBI that had just raided the Uhuru movement, they were going to take me down, right? And at the time, the justification for going after the Uhuru movement was that there was this other group of people that had broken away from the Uhuru movement that were widely canceled on social media called Black Hammer, and they were widely canceled, and I guess they've been charged with some other crimes, and I don't want to get into that, but this other group was also accused of being a cult, this breakaway from the Uhuru movement, right? So it was clear that the anti-cult, cult awareness people, they were kind of helping like set the stage for the indictment of the Uhuru movement. And they were like accusing the Uhuru movement of being a cult because claiming they were the same as this group Black Hammer. And so it was okay for the FBI to go after the Uhuru movement because they're a cult. And they were planning a smear against me. And originally they were trying to say some like really outrageous things that were just completely ridiculous. And I don't want to rehash everything and all of this, but anyway, they ended up putting out, it took them a while to finally put out what they put out. They told me they were going to put it out during the conference. They didn't, right? We just did the conference anyhow. A couple weeks after the conference, they published some bullshit about me. A lot of innuendo, a lot of lies, a lot of exaggerations. And I mean, it was just gross bullshit that has nothing to do with anything, right? I was not accused of any crime. I was not accused of anything that was not consensual. They basically just violated my privacy and, you know, put a bunch of innuendo in there, you know, stuff. I mean, and you can watch, I did a whole video debunk of it. It's, you know, did I make some mistakes? Sure. But other than, I mean, it was bullshit. The whole thing's bullshit. I mean, they tried to make it sound like, you know, that I made someone relapse on their heroin addiction, which I did not do, that I got somebody fired from their job, which I did not do, which they tried to do to me, but I didn't do to them. You know, I mean, they lied. And again, it was like carefully written so you wouldn't read the whole thing. And that's the whole thing, is that the people who promote it, they know if you look at it, there's no crime. However, they will frequently, the people who don't like me, Caleb Oppen is a rapist. I'm not accused of rape. Read it. I'm not accused of rape, sexual assault, anything that wasn't consensual. I'm accused of having conversations with people. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. But, you know, people on Twitter are liars, and the Cult Awareness Network are liars, right? They're professional liars. That's what they do. They take down organizations. You know, and so it's just, oh, he's a rapist, he's a pedophile, he's all these awful things. It's like, you read what they wrote. No, I'm not any of those things. You know, like the whole thing is just a bunch of innuendo without any substance in it. Multiple people called me up afterwards and they said, this is a really nasty thing. And I was actually really blown away by how many people called me, people I didn't even expect to call me, called me up and they said, Caleb, I see what they're blasting all over social media about you. This is bullshit. Yes, you know, it's exactly what they did to Glenn Greenwald. They said, this is bullshit what they're doing to you. This is bullshit, right? You know, and it's bullshit what they're doing to you. But it was good in a way, because there were a lot of people who jumped on the CPI bandwagon right after the special military operation got going. These streamers, for example, right? I think they were plants, but there were a lot of just careerists, right? You know, people that want to be internet famous. They saw that I was, you know, growing in popularity on the internet. They wanted to be internet famous too, right? And these people, I mean, they knew it was bullshit what they did to me. And they didn't care. They just, you know, and they threw me under the bus. And that's good, because they're wreckers and they're gone, right? And it was like a good purge of CPI. There were a lot of arrogant sacks of shit, you know, young men with dictator fantasies who think they're the next Stalin or the next Lenin, had no loyalty to CPI, had no loyalty to the organization. We're just interested in communism because they're like LARPing. You know, one of these losers had a fetish for like the German Revolution. He thought he was like the leader of the German Revolution. They all think they're Lenin, and they're just like acting out their like Lenin fantasy in their head. And they're just arrogant young men. And, you know, they all left, which is good. They needed to go, because if they hadn't betrayed me then, they would have betrayed me down the road, right? You know, it's good when you're tested like this, because you learn who your real friends are and who your enemies are. and that this had been coordinated. The streamers were part of the operation. In fact, one of the streamers has bragged that he helped carry out the operation. He helped carry it out. He bragged about it. And he said he met with them, all kinds of stuff. I mean, it was an operation. They had set up the streamers to be like the safe and controlled version of what Caleb is doing, basically, is what it was, right? And the idea was to replace me with a social media brand that is completely harmless and stupid, basically. Replace CPI, a real anti-imperialist organization, with some stupid internet dude bro streamers that are LARPing communism and using racial slurs. And, and like I had always, and everything CPI ever did, they always did in this over the top, cringe, stupid way. Right. For example, right. I had always said we need to reach out to Trump supporters because Trump supporters were opposing the FBI. Trump supporters wanted peace with Russia, were questioning the wars, etc. So these people, what did they do? Right. They couldn't just do that. That would be smart. Right. None of the woke left will do that because, oh, Trump, you're a Nazi. So what do? Right. They can't just reach out to Trump supporters like a normal person would do. Try to have joint action. No. They announce we're MAGA communists. And it's the most stupid thing ever, right? And like they can't even explain what communism is. I've seen interviews with these people. They can't even explain communism, let alone MAGA communism. And I see interviews with them on like right-wing media. We're like MAGA communism, man. Like, dude, like, yeah, like we're totally like against the deep state and shit, bro. Like they're just dumb people, right? They're just not very smart, right? They're good at like you give them a script, they can read it, and they're very good looking and they work out a lot or something. They're just dumb fucks. They're dumb fucks, and they were basically invented to to derail CPI. They came out of nowhere. They attached to CPI. They used a CPI conference to inflate themselves. They then maneuvered with the Cult Awareness Network and with the FBI to destroy my reputation. And it didn't work because there's a lot of people who were supportive, and I got so much support. I mean, Garland Nixon even made a hat. I support Caleb Maupin. I got phone calls from people, I'm not going to like name names of every person that reached out to me, but thank goodness, because if I hadn't gotten that kind of support, I don't know what I would have done. It was a really traumatic, awful thing to have people going after you like that, and I must say I was utterly blown away by the amount of people that were supportive, right, of me. There were people who did not have to, people living in other countries, people who I hadn't spoken to in a year. They had no obligation to call me, but they did. And I said, Caleb, I've seen what they're doing to you on the internet. It's wrong. I stand with you. Amazing. And I will never forget the people who stood with me after that. And I'll also never forget the wreckers. I know who betrayed me. And you're duly noted. Traitors, you're duly noted. Whether you were part of the attack on me or whether you were one of the people who just, oh, I want to be internet famous and ran away from me. I know who you are. And, your name is recorded. Let me just put it that way. But I also remember who stood with me. Yes, it was freaking evil. And again, a lot of people revealed themselves. There were people that I'd gotten jobs. There were people that I had helped. I knew you wouldn't believe it. But at the same time, there were a lot of people who I never would have guessed. I figured the second that they did this to me, I would never hear from this person again. And that was not the case. And my phone was actually ringing off the hook the 2 or 3 days while the cancel was going on. My phone was ringing off the hook with people that were supporting me. And I will never forget that. And I thank Heavenly Parent, God. I thank God for that moment. Because if it hadn't been for all the people who stood by me when that happened, I don't know what I would have done. But, people saw through the bullshit. People saw through the bullshit and stood by me. And here we are, right? CPI is still in business. We're still operating. We basically, the wreckers did their thing. And so, the young man, this is one thing I will just say, right? Since we're talking about this, the young men who have their dictator fantasy, they don't understand how the real world works. They kind of they thought they could they could take over the Communist Party. I remember explaining to them, you can't take over the Communist Party. but they have a constitution. I'll get the majority of the votes and then I'll like do a parliamentary maneuver. I'm like, no, you won't, because that's not how it works. It's somebody's private property. They're not going to let you vote out, their $1 million properties. Like, they don't get that. Right. They also they wanted to expel me from CPI. And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like it was really funny. And so basically, I called up people and I said, let's just dissolve the organization. Let's just dissolve, because, we don't want to continue the conversation around this in the media. Right. So let's dissolve the organization. Right. So, there were some people, the traitors, basically wanted to expel me and all, whatever they did it, but then we just dissolved. The website was taken down. It was done, which was good. And that gave me time to just breathe. Right. And that was very cool. It took a couple months to just figure out who was still with us and who wasn't. And I did a lot of phone calls. I reached out to a lot of people, and then we relaunched, right? 3 months. It was just 3 months. We relaunched, and we relaunched, and we've been in business again ever since. And we got through it. The first big thing we did was the Rage Against the War Machine protests. Now, the Rage Against the War Machine protests were very important because this was an anti-war rally. It was against the USA supporting Ukraine. It was against, the persecution of Julian Assange. And it was organized by the Libertarian Party. Many Republicans came and spoke at it, and so did many Democrats. And Scott Ritter was originally scheduled to be one of the speakers. But Scott Ritter was unable to speak. They basically cancel culture. They've done horrendous things to him. You think what they've done to me is awful. What they've done to Scott is beyond. I don't even, what they've done to Scott is unbelievable. So, Scott was unable to speak. So we had a reception for Scott Ritter, and we packed an auditorium at a hotel in Washington, D.C. We filled the auditorium with people supporting Scott Ritter. It was absolutely epic. It was really, really, really epic that we had this event where we were able to host Scott Ritter. And even though he was not able to speak at the rally because of dumb cancel culture bullshit, we were able to host him. It was a really proud moment. And it was the biggest event CPI had ever had. I were 300 people there. It was after the Rage Against the War Machine rally. We had food. We had Scott Ritter speak. It was very epic. It was very awesome. And Rage Against the War Machine was an important moment because it was leftists and rightists, Jimmy Dore, Dennis Kucinich, Tulsi Gabbard, Tea Party people, libertarians, Judge Napolitano, Garland Nixon, all on the same stage giving anti-war speeches. It was very, very, very important. Now, and that, that was kind of the reboot of CPI. That was our big event. It was a great thing. And so then October 7th happened. Biden was in office. The Palestinians carried out their attack on Israel October 7th. Israel responded with, brutal bombardment of Gaza that, just continues and continues and continues. Now, DSA and the Party for Socialism and Liberation that have been running the anti-war movement, they became the mismanagers, not the managers, but the mismanagers of the Rage Against the War, of the anti-war movement after the Palestine protests, basically. Basically what PSL and DSA were doing, their goal was to make sure that no Trump supporter would ever go to a pro-Palestine rally. That was their goal, right? They wanted to make sure that the Palestine rallies were so toxically woke and so identity politics and liberal oriented that no Trump supporter would go to it, right? Because a lot of Trump supporters are anti-Israel, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson. And the idea was to make sure that and that's what they did. And they are crazy. And the anti-Israel rallies run by the Party of Socialism and Liberation and the Democratic Socialists of America, Jewish Voices for Peace is like an activist group run by Democratic Socialists of America. these rallies, these rallies were insanely woke, right? Where they burned American flags. They're giving the middle finger, and they're all wearing heads, masks. I mean, it's just completely, the idea was to make sure that all the people that had voted for Trump because they wanted a better life in America and didn't want foreign wars would think these Palestine protests were hostile to them and were their enemies. And that's what we had to push back against as CPI. We believe that Israel and the imperialist system is the enemy of the American people. We want a government of action to fight for working families. We want to break America out of imperialism. So we published this book, Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For?, which was our book on the history of Ansar Allah, the Houthi movement in Yemen, that is the biggest ally of the Palestinians. And we have distributed this book in bulk. We have distributed thousands and thousands of copies of this book. And it was our way of intervening in the pro-Palestine movement. And it's been very effective. And we've distributed it in bulk. And it is the only book on the history of the Houthi movement that is written in popular language. It's less than 100 pages. And it's anti-imperialist. And it talks about John Brown, and it talks about the labor movement. This is a really important text. And it scares the crap out of the PSL, right? PSL, this is the anecdote, right, to them, right? It's basically, it's almost like, Dracula, in the Dracula things, you hold up a crucifix or a cross, and Dracula goes, that's how PSL is. This scares the crap out of them because it doesn't hate ordinary Americans. PSL hates Christians. PSL hates gun owners. It hates conservatives, anyone who's not woke, right? And this pamphlet basically says that the real America, hardworking Americans that want jobs and healthcare and education, should support the Palestinians, should oppose Israel and oppose imperialism, right? And that's why it just drives them up the wall. And also, PSL is grifting money from the Palestinian and Arab community. A lot of Arab Americans know that wokeism, it's not consistent. You think Muslim Americans support gay marriage? You think they want the trans thing? Muslims tend to be quite conservative socially. But all the Palestine rallies are run by people that say, if you don't support transgender bathrooms, you're a Nazi. You need to be beaten up and killed, right? And so, PSL's presidential campaign platform in 2024 literally said that we should dismantle the power grid in America, right? It's crazy. Like Stalin built power plants, communists build power plants. These woke people, right? PSL's platform is get rid of all the fossil fuel power plants, immediately change them to windmills and solar panels, abolish nuclear energy. They basically want to de-electrify 2/3 of America. That is a nutty position. PSL is anti-working class, and they're just a bunch of woke liberals, right? And so this book is the anecdote. So Noah and I, we went to a PSL run pro-Palestine conference. We distributed in bulk, and they had people escort us out. Oh my God, you can't be doing that. It scares the crap out of them. It's important. And we've distributed this book in bulk. We've had people join CPI recently because they read this book and they said, wow. And they joined us. This is a great contribution that we carried out. We printed 2,000 copies of it in the lead up to our convention in Chicago. We distributed in bulk at a Palestine conference. It's a great contribution, right? And that's why, the streamers have lied about it and they've said we sell it. We do sell it. You can buy it on the internet, but they said we got kicked out of the Palestine conference for selling it because they're liars. They're working with the FBI against us. Why would they lie? Why wouldn't they just tell the truth? PSL didn't like their pamphlet and violently removed them from the convention because they didn't agree with them. But that's because the streamers are liars. They are. And if you like the streamers, go fuck yourself. Leave this channel right now, right? The streamers are liars. They are frauds, right? And they lied about this pamphlet. They lie about us constantly. They're constantly lying about us. So, we've distributed this in bulk, and this has been our contribution to try and change the discourse in the pro-Palestine movement. And it's been very effective. In fact, when Trump was bombing Iran, they actually featured me on Press TV, the Iranian English language TV station, every night. I was doing broadcasts for an hour. They would have me on for an hour to discuss it. It was that's how much of a difference this pamphlet has made. But anyway, moving on. So we intervened in the pro-Palestine thing, right? Now, 2024, what happened, right? 2024, we're getting ready for a presidential election. Trump is going to run for president again. And one big issue of contention was Russia. And the World Youth Festival is, going to happen in Russia. It's like a gathering they have every 4 years. I had been to the previous one in 2017. They couldn't have one the time of the pandemic, but in 2024, Russia is going to have another World Youth Festival. So, the Russian foreign ministry said they wanted me to be the leader of the U.S. delegation to the World Youth Festival. So I organized the U.S. delegation to the World Youth Festival. And I said to the Russian embassy, look, the Uhuru movement just got thrown in jail for going to Russia because they went to a Russia anti-globalization conference. We should have a press conference to talk about how we're scared the U.S. government's going to do this to us. So we had an official United Nations press conference, an official UN press conference to support the Uhuru movement at the UN and talk about why we as Americans want peace with Russia. That was a really big deal. It was really great that we did that, right? And it was a really tremendous thing. We then went to the World Youth Festival. We led the U.S. delegation, and Noah and I were both able to speak to Russian President Putin. We spoke to him directly and emphasized that we represented the real America that wants peace with Russia. He gave a very good answer. That was pretty amazing, right? So, the spring of 2024, Russia has a presidential election. I was there as an election monitor. I observed the Russian election. We come back. We were basically representing the anti-war wing of the American people, CPI. That shows you how important we are. We observed the election. 2 of our members spoke directly to the Russian president. We had a UN press conference. Yeah, CPI is the real deal. We're getting real shit done. Later that summer, right, we had an event at Los Angeles Family Church about peace with North Korea, a whole pro-North Korea event at Los Angeles Family Church about how, one of the things Trump wants to do is continue the peace talks on the Korean Peninsula. Very exciting, very exciting. Then during the 2024 elections, a book that I had written about Kamala Harris in 2020 exploded and went viral because Amazon banned it. And suddenly I was on all the alternative media talking about it. So then we launched our Peace MAGA campaign to, promote, the image of Donald Trump, marching, or Donald Trump shaking hands with Kim during his first term. We used a banner. We had this banner. Here, I'll show you the banner. I'm not going to show you the whole video.
So we loaded up the banner.
We used this banner of Trump and Kim shaking hands. We launched the Peace MAGA campaign. We took this banner all over Manhattan. And when Trump came to Madison Square Garden in like the last week of the campaign, we were out in front of Madison Square Garden. We even got mentioned in the New Yorker magazine for our Peace MAGA campaign. And when Trump won, we went to Trump's inauguration with the banner. And we had a reception for Trump's inauguration. And we had the big banner at Trump's inauguration supporting, Peace MAGA. Only peace can make America great again. It was a great intervention that we did as CPI. Now, Trump got reelected. Before Trump took office, the Uhuru movement, they were found not guilty of being Russian agents. They were found guilty of conspiracy, but their sentence, they got no jail time, no fine, just community service and probation. So Trump took office. We get Trump 2.0. So where do we stand now with Trump 2.0? Where do we stand? Well, it's been disappointing. Trump ran on a platform of protecting free speech, and he's been deporting pro-Palestine students from the country for their speech. Trump, bombed Iran, and, that's been hugely disappointing. Trump's first term, his approval ratings are very low. I mean, he hasn't been doing a very good job. It's been a pretty shitty first year of the term, I will say. Trump is not doing a great job. There's really no way around it. That said, the best thing that's happened is Tulsi Gabbard revealed all the details, all the files showing that Russiagate was a hoax. All the files have been revealed. And now it looks like there is possibly hope of ending the Ukraine war. My prediction is that it'll be like the Afghan pullout, that sections of the deep state are going to do everything they can to sabotage an end to the Ukraine war, have it be as sloppy and messy and look bad as possible for Trump, right? And Trump is trying to avoid that, and that's why he's taking so long, is he wants to end the war in a way that they don't use it against him. No matter how the war ends, mainstream media is going to accuse Trump of surrendering to Putin, etc. And Trump would like to end the war in a way that looks good for him. I don't think I hope he's able to pull that off somehow. I don't think he's going to. But regardless, there is hope of the peace deal in Ukraine. It looks like there's this new revelation, this new leak that just came out today. Let's hope. And we have been in the streets organizing for it. We just had a rally when Kirill Dmitriev, the Russian investment firm guy, when he came to New York City, we had a rally basically supporting peace negotiations, and we're heavily involved. We've had national days of action. We support peace talks and Ukraine war at people in different cities. We've also been supporting Venezuela. We disrupted the No Kings rallies to say hands off Venezuela in a number of different cities. We're involved. We're heavily involved. Now, so what's going on now? Mainstream media seems to right now be boosting dissident MAGA, which is a really bizarre situation because dissident MAGA is right about a lot of things. Marjorie Taylor Greene says America first does not mean Israel first. She doesn't want involvement in foreign wars. That's not bad, right? However, ousting Trump would lead to, J.D. Vance, who I don't trust as much, and it would ultimately serve the Democrats. Ousting Trump is not going to lead to more anti-imperialism. So, right, and Nick Fuentes is being blown up in ways that are very unnatural and weird. And Nick Fuentes, I don't see him as sincere. I see him as sarcastic and rude, and he's a streamer. He's not a political leader. He's not building a mass movement. He's a streamer. I don't trust Nick Fuentes. So, we have to be, there's weird things going on. Dissident MAGA is being boosted. Dissident MAGA has a good message, but they are being used. It's complicated. And I'm urging people to just watch this carefully. We need to end the war in Ukraine. That is the most important thing. That opens the door to all kinds of things if we can end the war in Ukraine. The other thing is I want to warn you about communist sleepers, right? There's a term that is used in, in intelligence. They talk about sleeper cells. The idea is there's people who go to a country and they just don't do anything for a while, but then they get activated. It seems pretty clear to me, like there's this one communist group, Revolutionary Communists of America, right? They're just some little tiny Trotskyist group, but out of nowhere, they've blown up big all over social media. Vivek Ramaswamy interviewed them and bought their newspaper, and and it's like they've blown them up to be the communist group that everyone knows about. They don't support Russia, they don't support China, and they're blown up everywhere, and all they do is scare conservatives. They just run around with hammers and sickles. Look at us, we're communists, aren't you? And I maintain that RCA is a sleeper, right? That the idea is the deep state is looking to pull off January 6th like events to push for U.S. foreign interventions. And to do that, they need a scary communist boogeyman, right? Somebody that'll just scare it won't have a political message. No one's going to learn anything, but it'll just scare everybody. Oh my God. Just like after January 6th, everyone was scared of Trump supporters. Oh my God, they ran around the Capitol. That's so awful. Right? They have a communist group, RCA, that I maintain as a sleeper. And, they've boosted them. They might recruit a few people here, but the idea is at some point they want to pull off a false flag to, convince people to invade Venezuela or convince people to, I don't know what, go to war with China or imprison anti-war activists or something. And I maintain that they've blown them up as a sleeper, right? They're not using them right now, but they're like a sleeper that they'll use when they need them. And there's some other communist groups like that, that there is a lot of very strange, shady activity. First of all, I will say, don't believe any internet rumor mongering about stuff, right? I mean, whether it's about me or anybody else, but there is a lot of like internet rumor mongering around these new communist groups, which are not real, right? And they are just there to scare conservatives and it's not clear who's running them, and they're artificially boosted on social media, and they don't educate people about anything. That's a dead giveaway. If you're a communist group, why are you not educating people about anything? Right? But they're there and they're just kind of attracting people who already agree with them, and they're not educating people about anything. They're not teaching anybody anything. They're just kind of there, and be very, very, very suspicious. I'm very, very suspicious. I would argue that RCA is one of multiple communist sleeper groups that exist right now. Right now, if you're a genuine anti-imperialist, you can't be doing the communism thing. And I mean, it took me a long time to realize that, but for a number of reasons. First of all, the communist governments have all changed. They no longer put out, wrecker Trotskyism. That's not what they're about. China has learned from the Cultural Revolution that kind of stuff is not helpful. And that communism in the anti-imperialist countries is now friendly to religion. It now is optimistic. It's a completely different thing. What socialism with Chinese characteristics, Bolivarianism, the Shia Islamic revolutionary movement, of Iran. This isn't Soviet-style communism, right? In some places, it's a Marxist-Leninist party that's running it, but they've changed, okay? And that wokeism, the woke people are now using the image of communism. They hate all those countries, and what they believe is awful. They're promoting degrowth. They are against humanity. They're anti-working class. Working class people hate woke people, and they think they are communists. And it used to be, if you went around America saying you're a communist, people would say, what does that mean? And you could tell them. Not anymore. Now, if you say you're a communist, people go, oh, I know who you are. You're a 12-year-old with pink hair who thinks that transgender is the most important issue ever, and all Republicans are Nazis. I don't think that. And and that's not, if you think that, you're not a genuine anti-imperialist. That's what communist means to middle America. And communist governments are doing something different, and that we have to build a new type of movement that is moving away from the philosophy of dialectical materialism, right? The philosophy of dialectical materialism is not helpful. It is toxic and destructive. And that communism in the West is completely the property of woke, toxic, destructive people, and anti-imperialist countries are doing something new. And what they're doing is something, even though it's done in the name of Marxism, Leninism, I would call it innovationism. It is pro-growth, pro-humanity. You have to build a new movement. And if you're doing the communism thing now, if you're just going around saying, I'm a communist, look at me, I'm a communist. That doesn't mean you can't defend the history of socialist countries. That doesn't mean you can't be an anti-imperialist. But if you're doing the look at me, I'm waving a hammer sickle thing, you're not helping. You're not helping. And the people that are doing that are basically just making scare porn for conservatives. That's all they're doing. And I maintain that there is some deep state shit going on. They're creating like sleeper organizations to use for false flags and all of that. So be very, very careful about that. And on that note, see you in January. Center for Political Innovation is having our big gathering to kick off the new year in January 11th in New Jersey. We're going to honor some local anti-imperialist activists. It's going to be pretty awesome. So see you in January at our event. And I hope you learned that was my slideshow, a long history slideshow from Bush to Trump 2.0. How politics has really changed. We're in a completely new ballpark. We are in completely new territory. That was the point of my presentation. Politics in America now is in a completely new place. I never in a million years dreamed I would be where I am, right? Where I'm basically, if I meet somebody and they say they're a Republican, I'm like, oh, thank goodness. And especially if they're anti-Israel, oh, wow, you're amazing. If I meet anyone, it's funny, my whole life, I've spent my whole life in communist groups. If I meet someone and they say they're a communist, I'm like, oh God, here we go. It's like, to be anti-imperialist, you can't be on the left anymore. We're in a weird new territory, but what do? We just have to operate. We just have to keep going and keep building, right? And we are building, and we are not surrendering. And they have thrown everything they can at our organization. They've tried to destroy us in every way possible, smearing us, lying about us, and creating false imitators, people that are going around doing a cheap, crass social media imitation of what we were doing 4 years ago. And we keep going. We are not going to surrender. We are part of the political conversation. We have influenced American politics like you wouldn't believe, right? Our Kamala Harris book was widely distributed during the election. We had thousands of copies handed out outside the Democratic National Convention. We did the Peace MAGA campaign. We got this book out there. We went to Russia and represented the position. We've been having the rallies. We disrupted No Kings rallies to say hands off Venezuela. We're the real deal. And if you want to be part of the real deal, real anti-imperialism, you should join CPI. Maybe you're not ready to join. Come to our event. Come to our event, see what we're about, and maybe then you can join. But we're the real deal. There's a lot of imitators out there, a lot of phonies, but we're really doing it, and we're not going to give up. And that's the main thing, is that if we were going to give up, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were a plant or a fraud, like certain other people are, they would be making it a lot easier for us. But they're not. They're making it very difficult for us. But we keep going because we are in this for real. We are real anti-imperialists. We've been there from day one. We've been standing with anti-imperialist countries. We've been marching through the streets saying Russia is not our enemy. The Palestinians are not our enemy. You know, we need a government of action to fight for working families. We're the real deal. So join us, get involved. And that is my presentation for tonight. So why don't we do the roll call, names and locations, and then I'll answer people's questions. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. Who is with us? Who is with us? Names and locations, names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations, names and locations. Who is with us? Who is with us? Anybody? Names and locations. Ryan in Kansas City. Charles lurking in Brooklyn. You're like Gollum lurking, right? In Lord of the Rings. Texas. Alex in Brazil. John in Chicago. St. David's, Bermuda. Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. Names and locations. Who's with us? Names and locations. Names and locations. Rose is with us. Ian in the Yukon is with us. Names and locations. Names and locations. The precious. Brooklyn in the house. Phil is with us. The South. Huey Long is with us. Names and locations. Philip in Washington State. We got 2 Phils here tonight. Patricia in Utah is with us. Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us? Who is with us? Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us? Who is with us? Who is with us? Names and locations. Anybody? Anybody with us tonight? Names and locations. Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us? Anybody else? Names and locations. Names and locations. Names and locations. Who's with us? Chuck in Texas. Welcome, Chuck. We got Earl. We got Gavin in Illinois. Good to see you, Gavin. Names and locations. All right. Okay, so I am going to need to rest my vocal cords. That took me a lot longer than I thought it would, but we talked about a lot of stuff. We've got a couple questions that have already come in. Gabby sent a question in, and Kate Johnson bought a coffee. I need some more people to buy me a coffee and ask some questions. Best way to ask questions is buy me a coffee. You can also cash at me like Gabby did, Caleb Moppin 22. You can also, Rumble rant me. That's another way to send questions, but I need people to send questions. So I'm going to put on some music. What music will I put on? I think I'm going to put on the video from our last convention, to which we have a musical recording of Amazing Grace. I'm going to put that on. I might put some other music on while people send in their questions. And then from there, we'll start answering people's questions, and we'll call it a night. We're already at the 3-hour mark, so it's going a long time tonight, but that's okay. We take this seriously. So I'm going to go refill my water while this music is on. Thank you, everybody, and I'll be back to answer some questions. Here we go. Yeah, so I guess that was kind of an ad for CPI, rather than just some music. And I'm going to put on another video. It's kind of an ad for CPI. It's a short one. But then after that, I will put some regular music on. But yeah, send any questions you got, because questions, I've only got two. I got Gabby's question and Kate's question. So any more questions people got, here's another CPI promotional video. Then I'll put some real music on. Yeah, so that I guess I'll just show you this moment. That was when we greeted Scott Ritter, right? There's Gavin, there's Noah, there's Pasta from Convo Couch. This was like Scott Ritter's epic entrance to the CPI rally after the Rage Against the War Machine. He'd been banned from the rally, and so he got to speak at our event, and that was like the epic opening, the epic entrance for Scott Ritter that we did. It was one of our best moments where we could be there for Scott Ritter, you know. We've been targeted and smeared. He's been really targeted and smeared and imprisoned and everything. And we were able to support him. Scott is just an awesome dude in so many ways. And we could be there for him. It was a great, great moment, you know? So yeah, so now I'm going to put on some real music, but please, we do need people to send questions, or else this will be ending pretty quick here. I got 2 questions to answer. So yeah, send me a question. Best way to send questions is via Buy Me a Coffee. But yeah, we'll do one more like little song. And then after that, we will answer questions, and then we're done. So yeah, I'm going to do Jupiter from the Planets, a very optimistic piece of music. Gustav Holst. Here we go. Yeah, so there you go. I think that's a beautiful piece of music. All right. If anyone has any more questions, you can send them. I see we got a question from John, as well as a question from Kate on Buy Me a Coffee. We got Gabby's question. So any more questions, send them via Buy Me a Coffee, and we're just going to answer the questions. So the first question comes from Kate, and she says, economist Richard Wolff, I consider him a friend. I've met him a number of times. In a recent lecture, referred to post-World War II Britain and its attempt to maintain colonial dominance over India. He reminded his audience the path to independence was unspeakably violent, even comparing it to what Israel is doing in Gaza. Can you talk about this period? And was Britain using some old destabilized tactic with the partition? Now, I'm not an expert in this particular field. I'm not. I will say a couple things that I do know. One is that, we have it in our heads, this narrative that imperialism brings human rights and imperialism brings enlightenment. And India is a great example of that not being true. One thing that the British Empire did in India was reinforce the most backward practices in the country. The caste system, for example. The narrative we have is, well, the British were modern and had human rights. So while they were colonizing India, they would have taught them not to do the caste system. Wrong. The British reinforced the caste system because it kept India from uniting. It kept the population divided in certain ways. They reinforced ethnic and religious rivalries between Christians and Muslims. That's why, originally it was one place. Now we have Pakistan and India, and then Bangladesh used to be East Pakistan. It was like after India got its independence, they had to have separate countries because Pakistan, the Muslims couldn't even be in the same place because the British Empire had promoted and encouraged religious sectarianism so much. They supported the caste system and they promoted it. They supported religious sectarian division. That is absolutely true. Another aspect of India and its national liberation struggle that is important to talk about is that it got complicated because their main colonizer was the British. And the British were on the democratic side in World War II. They were aligned with the Soviet Union. They were against Nazi Germany. And that complicated things because of the fact that the British were anti-Nazi. The Communist Party of India, which was huge and was aligned with the Communist International, felt it was necessary to put the independence struggle on hold and focus on fighting against Japan and Germany during the war. And that's why Gandhi kind of became the key figure in the independence movement. Prior to the Second World War, the communists had been the main force behind the independence movement, but the communists had to focus on defeating fascism, so that led them to not fight with the British as much. And so Gandhi, who is a pacifist and kind of a religious figure, Gandhi kind of took the lead. Now, Gandhi made a number of pro-Hitler statements before World War II, not because he was necessarily a bad guy, but just because the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and he was fighting the British Empire. And the Nazis many times talked about British atrocities in India, wanted to free India. And there is a layer of like Indian Hindu nationalists who supported Hitler because he was anti-British, right? And that's a whole story too, right? Some of the Indian right wing was anti-British, which is good. I mean, I'd support anyone against the British Empire, but some of the Indian right wing was anti-British and pro-Nazi, and it's complicated. And there is a similar thing that happened in Ireland, right? The IRA was taken over by Nazi sympathizers during the Second World War because the communists, they wanted to align with Britain against the Nazis. And so because of that, and because Ireland's a largely Catholic country, and the communists were seen as anti-Catholic, and the British were oppressing them on the basis of their Catholic faith. During the Second World War, there was a lot of pro-Nazi sentiment in Ireland, and the communists of Ireland got a lot weaker. Now, that changed almost immediately after the Second World War. The communists started to regain a lot of support, and James Connolly, who'd been the leader of the original Irish nationalist uprising, that took place during World War I, had been a socialist and a Marxist. So So in Ireland, it wasn't as much of an issue, but in India, that was a weakness the communists had. And that actually leads me to, one of the main communist groups in India is this organization, which when I was in the Workers' World Party, we were very, very close to this political party in India. It's called the Socialist Unity Center of India, SUSI. And their founder was a guy named Shibdas Ghosh. And Shibdas Ghosh, he was a leader of the Indian Communist movement, who, when World War II happened, he said, I support Stalin, I support the Soviet Union, but they're wrong in wanting us to align with the British. And so he got funding from Japan, and he formed a communist anti-British fighting force in India that was funded by Japan. And so the Communist Party accused him of being a fascist and a traitor. And so after World War II, he started his own Communist Party in India, which is now very big. It has a lot of seats in parliament. They control a lot of areas, and they have their own international. They were just like another brand of communism in India. They were not Trotskyists. They support Stalin and Mao. They call themselves Marxist-Leninists, but they just maintained that the alliance with Britain during World War II was not necessary. And, they accused the Indian Communist Party of Browderism. There was a number of people in the communist movement who said similar things that were not Trotskyist, but felt that in the name of defeating the Nazis, the communist parties had watered down their politics too much. I mentioned Harrison George on the stream the other night. He's got a Wikipedia page, not George Harrison of the Beatles. Harrison George, right, was a leader of the Communist Party USA. His name was Harrison George, and he was this very important leader of the Communist Party USA who felt that Browderism had become entrenched. And after World War II, they expelled him from the Communist Party. Harrison George. William F. Dunn was another leader, William F. Dunn. And he was a labor union leader. He'd worked with William Z. Foster, and he took a similar position. And that there were a layer of early anti-revisionists, and some people even called them premature anti-revisionists, who left the communist parties during or shortly after World War II because they felt that the communist parties, in the name of anti-fascism, they were watering down their politics. And they were basically calling out Browderism, the Browderist trend. The U.S. Communist Party's leader, Earl Browder, liquidated the Communist Party. And Shibdas Ghosh formed the Socialist Unity Center of India Communist. And they were just this other communist party. But then when China cut ties with the Soviet Union, they supported China. But then when China started aligning with U.S. imperialism, they didn't back China. And they're very close to North Korea. Very, very, very close to North Korea. And all throughout that region, they have parties that are aligned with them. In Nepal, their party controls a whole village. I think it's the Worker and Peasants Party of Nepal is aligned with them. And they are considered to be a Juche, like North Korea aligned ideology. Aligned party. You read about the Nepal Worker and Peasants Party. It's another party that comes out of the Shibdas Ghosh trend. And there's also the Socialist Party of Bangladesh, which is from this trend as well. This is like an international tendency. It's kind of like the anti-revisionist parties of Southeast Asia, I guess. Right? The Socialist Party of Bangladesh, the Worker Peasants Party of Nepal, and the Socialist Unity Center of India Communist. They take some interesting positions, like they maintain that India is an imperialist country. I don't agree with that. They have some strange positions, but they really support North Korea, and they are like North Korea's biggest allies in that region. So much so that I understand that the village that is run by the Worker and Peasant Party of Nepal actually has like big murals of Kim Il-sung on display, and they like teach, like they have a university where they teach the Juche ideology and stuff. And when I was in the Workers' World Party, we were very close to the Socialist Unity Center of India Communist and the Worker Peasant Party of Nepal and the Socialist Party of Bangladesh. We were very close to them. And so I learned a lot about their trend, their particular brand of communism. In India, you have you have the official Indian Communist Party, which is not very big anymore. It was quite big during the Cold War. They were the Soviet-aligned party. Then the biggest communist party in Nepal is called the Communist Party of India Marxist. And they were a breakaway from the Indian Communist Party that was pro-China. They were Maoists, but then they, after China, had its market reforms, they kind of pivoted into just being a regular communist party. And they control one particular region called Kerala. It's called Kerala that they control. And they are from the Maoist tradition. And they're a huge political party. They have millions of members. The Communist Party of India Marxist, they're called, the CPIM. And they have seats in parliament and such. Now, there is a lot of criticism of them. There are people that feel they're reformist, that they, I don't know. There's a lot of criticism of them as a group, but they are a very, very, very large communist party in India that has, they have hundreds. Their membership is at 1 million. According to Wikipedia, they have 1 million members, but they're a party, so it's like a Marxist-Leninist party, meaning you have to give the whole of your life. So that means they have influence over tens of millions of people, right? And they control a certain region called Kerala, and they're pro-Vietnam, pro-China. They're, a lot of people argue that they're a bit reformist or whatever, but they are a major party in India. In addition to that, then you have what are called the Naxalites. And there's a lot of young people on the internet that romanticize the Naxalites, and they should not. Okay. In 1967, there was an uprising in India in a place called Naxalbari, or I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, or Naxalbari or something, a region. And so the people that are like Maoist communists in India that are inspired by that, they call them Naxalites. You can read about the Naxalite insurgency. And they had, for a long time, they had the Communist Party of India Marxist-Leninist, and then it became the Communist Party of India Maoist. And there's actually 50 different groups now that call themselves Naxalites, and they are waging armed struggle against the Indian government. And at this point, they have reduced themselves to criminality. They're not communists anymore. They're criminals. A lot of them started out as genuine revolutionaries. But after you do it it's since 1967. So how many years has this been? After a while, if you're involved in an armed struggle against a government and you lose, you can't just go back. All right, war's over. And then, you get a job at a gas station or something. It doesn't work that way, right? You killed soldiers. You have waged armed struggle. So if they're going to arrest you, right? So you become a criminal, right? That's Jesse James, for example. Jesse James was a Confederate sympathizer in Missouri, and in the U.S. state of Missouri. He was a guy who joined with Quantrill, who was a Confederate pro-slavery militia guy. And they were, killing Union Army soldiers and stuff. They were fighting on the side of the South. They were a pro-Confederate insurgent group. And then the Civil War ended. And so they couldn't just go back to their normal lives. They weren't regular Confederate soldiers. They'd been insurgents. So they became outlaws, right? And the Jesse James thing, he wasn't this romantic, person that you hear about in Hollywood. He was actually a Confederate guy who couldn't go back to being a regular Confederate. So he became kind of a famous pro-Confederate bandit in the pro-Confederate areas of Missouri after the Second World War, or after the Civil War, I'm sorry. And that's kind of what the Naxalites are. They started out as they were communists trying to wage like a rural people's war in India against the government of India. And they have kind of been reduced to, to being criminals, right? They rob people. They rob, they engage in theft. They control certain little villages and little areas. And in the region called Andhra Pradesh, they are just kind of criminals, and they've broken up into 1 million. There's 53 different little gangs of them. And, it's kind of like the FARC in Colombia. Armed struggle, if it becomes a way of life, it pretty quickly deteriorates into criminality. And there's even a documentary on that HBO released in the 2000s called Bastards of the Party that argues that a lot of the gangs in the black community in the 80s started out as black nationalist or communist groups, but they deteriorated into criminality as a result of the defeat of the Black Panthers and such. And I think there's a lot of truth in that too. I think the Crips, right, the gang, the Crips, which is now just one of the main criminal organizations, I guess it stands for Creative Revolution in Progress. And so in India, you do have the Naxalites, so that's what you've got in India. You got the regular Communist Party, it runs a lot of labor unions. You got the Communist Party of India Marxist that runs Andhra Pradesh. You got the Socialist Unity Center of India Communist, which is the group I know the most about, and I've studied their stuff, Shiv Das Ghosh, but they started out as like a Japan-funded, communist breakaway army to fight the British during World War II. And that's communism in India. And communism in India had a significant setback because they were, because of the historical circumstances, right? And nationalists in India had a stronger influence. I mean, there's just no way around that because of the fact that the way World War II went down. And that's why Baathism was formed. In Syria, the Syrian communists were saying, don't fight the French because the French are aligned with us against the Nazis. And so Baathist Arab socialism was a breakaway from the Syrian Communist Party led by Michel Aflaq. That was a similar thing. They said, well, no, we are going to fight the British Empire. And that's the way these things go. So, that's communism in India. India is not a socialist country. It's at some points, it's a much more of a bourgeois nationalist country. And during the leadership of Indira Gandhi and the Congress Party, they were enacting kind of social democratic policies, but the economy never changed. They never fully went into the anti-imperialist camp. But the Soviet Union did a huge amount to support India. And during the 60s, after China, cut ties with the Soviet Union, there were border disputes between India and China where the Soviet Union was supporting India against China. And that was a big thing. So anyway, okay. All right. Right. So next, if this leaked peace plan is real, says John McCarthy, we need to do everything we can to support it. Yes. 100%. And I know it's difficult. We've had a lot of national days of action. We've had 2 national days of action to support peace talks already. And then we had a rally to support Kirill Dmitriev. But my goodness, if there's actually a chance that this peace deal could go through, we've got to be in the streets supporting it. I mean, we've got to. I mean, anything we can do to just nudge the conversation closer to that is yes, we've got to. We got to do it, right? You are right, John. And, I know we're tired and we do a lot in CPI. CPI is an activist group. We're not an internet club. We do real shit. And part of that is if there's a chance of this peace deal, we got to be in the streets loudly raising the demand for it to happen. There's no way around it. And then John says, also, he follows up with point 14 of the leaked plan is a call for joint Russia-U.S. investments. Well, that would make sense. Same week it was leaked, you were attacked over the Peace Bridge. Interesting timing. Yeah, well, John, I will say part of the reason I'm getting more attacks right now, but that's just because we're getting more attention right now. And my books are selling like crazy right now. There's a detail about that I can't share, but my books are selling like crazy right now. And I've been doing lots of interviews. This channel is clearly being suppressed. But the subscriber count keeps rising, and I was on Academic Agent. I was on Due Dissidents. I just did a long chat with Chris Cutrone, which premiered today. And, people are joining CPI, and I'm getting a lot more play right now. And, that's just kind of how this works. The more attention you get, the more hate you get. That's just kind of the way the world works. And it's not just the government. It's also just our culture. And I talked about that with Chris Cutrone. We have a culture of jealousy, a culture of, where people don't understand the value of building an organization, but they think the way to make a contribution is to take somebody down and expose them or whatever. But, like the attack I got recently was, one thing I will say about the people who attack me, I don't want to get too much into this because it's just like, it's not even, the attacks I get, I appreciate them now because it's publicity, right? Any publicity is good publicity. it's like one thing about the people who attack me is that if you're not part of our own little subculture, it looks like a beautiful mind. It looks schizophrenic, right? That the people who attack me, it's like the attacks on me are so fucking complicated, right? It's like, and then he worked for Lyndon LaRouche, and then he worked for Sam Marcy, and then he worked for Reverend Sunny Moon, and then he was tied in with the Socialist Workers Party and the FBI, blah, 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 and Russia, blah, RT, blah. And it's cuckoo, right? And that's all the attacks on me. When you know, it's like you get attacks on me that are just smears by professional smear artists, and they're done a little bit more professionally. But it's like the smear artists will also boost people who actually don't like me. And those people are usually so chronically online and confused that they like they start talking about stuff nobody has any fucking clue what they're talking about, right? And it's like I read some of these attacks on me, and it's like they managed to mention Lyndon LaRouche, Sam Marcy, the Unification Church, the Socialist Workers Party, Russia, and it's like, what? You know, and it's like anyone who's not part of their like little subculture is like, blah, blah, blah. It's like a bunch of people they've never heard of are secretly in a plot involving me and the Russians and the FBI. And oh God, it's, you know, I mean, and it's like, that's the thing is it's like, there are these like chronically online people who have a vendetta. And look, one problem I will say, right, is, you know, and maybe I'm guilty of this a little bit too, and it's a fallacy, is that people tend to think everyone who has done them wrong is in cahoots. Everyone they don't like is in cahoots. That's not true, right? I mean, there are various people in this world who've done me wrong, and not all of them are part of some grand plot. And there are various people in the world that I've worked with over the years, and there are various people in the world who agree with me on various things, but we're not all in cahoots. And that, you know, it's like a couple years ago, they made a graphic, you know, and it's like the people that are part of this, I guess you should call them the anti-imperialists, right? The people who like stalk anti-imperialists on the internet. They're like a wing of Antifa. You have regular Antifa that stalks Republicans, but then you have like a special wing of Antifa that is like obsessed with anyone who's friendly to Russia. And that particular wing of Antifa, they think everyone secretly works for Lyndon LaRouche. They think Lyndon LaRouche secretly works for Trump, who secretly works for Russia, Russia is secretly controlled by Alexander Dugin, who is secretly controlled by the Nazis. It's like they have this like very schizophrenic narrative where all kinds of people that are not connected in any way, right? Like I still, you know, people think I'm a LaRoucheist, right? I draw from LaRouche's work. I respect LaRouche. I've learned a lot from LaRouche. I've never been a member of the Schiller Institute. And at one point we collaborated on anti-imperialist work. And then they got angry with me over, I mean, I got angry with them and they basically got angry back and we don't work together anymore. Now I'm open to changing that, but I am not in cahoots with LaRouche at this point. I mean, we are not speaking to each other at this point. There is, I mean, so you know, but there are still people who think I'm secretly working for LaRouche, right? That think that certain other organizations are also secretly working for LaRouche. And it's like LaRouche split. Did you know that? There's two LaRouche organizations. There's the Schiller Institute and the LaRouche organization. And then there's what used to be called LaRouche PAC. It's now called Promethean PAC. And they don't even speak to each other. So, you know, it's like all the LaRouche people aren't even together. You know, so it's cuckoo, right? You know, it's like, so it's like I'm not working for LaRouche. I agree with LaRouche on some things. I've studied his work, but I you know, whatever. I have my own view. I'm much more grounded in the Marxist tradition than LaRouche. You know, and I also like LaRouche does not respect geopolitics at all. He hates Alexander Dugin. He thinks that geopolitics is awful. I actually think there's a lot to learn from geopolitics. You know, I think LaRouche is very good at talking about Henry Charles Carey and the American system, etc. But LaRouche, you know, that part of not LaRouche himself, but the LaRouche movement completely dismisses Marxism. You talk to your average LaRoucheist, they know nothing about communism. They just think, oh, communism, it's where everyone gets paid the same wage. And I mean, I would talk to them. I'd be like, how can you think that? Do you think your founder was so stupid he believed that? You know, but they all know LaRouche used to be a communist, and that doesn't quite make sense to them. They don't quite understand that. And, they just completely discount the history of Marxism. They know nothing about it, and they just have your standard anti-communist whatever. And they also don't have any respect for geopolitics. Well, at this point, I mean, Marxism is the biggest influence on me historically, but I've realized some flaws in that. But I draw from LaRouchian economic theory, American system, Henry Charles Carey. But I also draw from geopolitics. I draw heavily from Dugin and from the Chinese geopolitical analysts about the rise of the civilization state and all of that. And I think that we should draw from different wells as we build an anti-imperialist movement. But your typical like anti-imperialism stalker thinks I'm secretly working for LaRouche, and it's like it's like everyone they don't like is not secretly in cahoots, right? And it's part of the brainworm of they're chronically online and all of that. The problem is that there are much more powerful forces. I mean, for example, I'll just throw this out there. Right? The what do you call it? The Rage Against the War Machine rally that happened. The deep state really did not want that rally to happen. In the lead up to it, they amped up the internet rivalries, tried to make everyone afraid to come to it. And one thing they did is they made a fake website for it. It was like the actual website, I think, was rageagainstthewarmachine.com. And so then they made rageagainstthewarmachine.org, which was like a website designed to slam it. And they had all the reasons you shouldn't go to the rally, all the trash about different people involved. One of them was me, right? And they said that Caleb Maupin believes in a very violent form of Leninism led by Alexander Dugin. And I thought Dugin is not a Leninist, right? I've always said I believe in a peaceful transition to socialism, and that's why I'm widely attacked. Oh, that's revisionist, right? But they had a profile on me there that said I believe in a violent form of Leninism, invented by Alexander Dugin. And and it's like the deep state, right? It depends who they're talking to, right? The way most of the attacks I get is I'm not a real communist. I'm not a real communist, right? And that's the attacks coming from people who might be looking for communist material. He's not a real communist. Well, I don't give a shit about being a real communist anymore. There is a time where, yes, I would argue that I was more anti-imperialist. I don't care anymore, right? I just whatever. You can go be the real communist. I don't care. But a lot of the attacks on me are he's not a real communist. But then you'll notice that when they're speaking to another audience, I'm a real communist. I believe in a violent form of Leninism, right? It just depends on the audience, who they're trying to ruffle. And you'll also notice that some of the attacks are written. It's like they're speaking out of 12 sides of their mouth. Well, he's a very dangerous communist, and he's abandoned the true principles of communism, and he's a white supremacist, and he secretly works for the Jews, and he's, and it's like they're trying to like scare 5 different people about me. Right. I've noticed that a lot of the attacks are like, it's like they're like shotgunning it. All right. Like, we'll make the communists hate him. We'll make the anti-communists hate him. We'll make the black people hate him. We'll make the white people hate him. We'll make the Jews hate him. We'll make the Jews, we'll make him think the anti-Semites hate him. Right. I mean, and that's kind of how these things work. And that, there is a layer of people that are just, I don't know what you want to call them, keyboard crunching, people who sit at home and they're never going to accomplish anything in their pathetic little lives. And they're just negative people that are bitter. And, those people exist. And they're a layer. But then there is like other people that their job is to attack anti-imperialists. Okay. And so like you have like the professional smear artists, and then you have like the people who actually care about this stuff but are just like on a vendetta against me. And it's like there's 2 calibers of attack. There's professional hit piece on me, which is done carefully, and then there is person on the internet who has a vendetta and a grudge and is like having a tantrum, right? And they try to use each other, but it's like you can tell like one is a professional smear done by the FBI, done by professional smear artists, public relations firms hired to smear and destroy the reputations of people that are pro-Russia, that kind of thing. That's one layer. And then there's a layer of people that are just like, I don't know what you want to call them. I used to call them left book losers or something. There's like 3 of them are probably watching right now at this very moment going, no, he's talking about me. And they do that. And it blows my mind, but it's like these people there must be like such miserable people because they think all day about people they don't like. And I'm not the only one. They all have like 5 or 6 different people they're out to, expose and bring down, but they just think about people they don't like all day long, watch their content, hate watch their content, and try to, expose them. It's really, really sad, honestly. And I don't know. I mean, these people must be absolutely miserable because, why don't they watch stuff they like? But they don't do that. They just watch people they don't like and rage against them all day long. And it's not a healthy way to live, but it is what it is. But anyway, Gabby's got a question too. And Gabby asked me about the Gulag Archipelago. My thoughts on the book. My relative tells me about it and swears it's an expert on gulags. I tried to explain to him, I want to know the truth, good and the bad of the Soviet Union. Well, here's the thing, right? Years ago, I would have just told you that's anti-communist crap, and I would have just ended the conversation there. I'm not going to do that now because there's lots of anti-communist stuff, but that guy in particular, he was pretty good at what he did, and he was a sincere Russian Orthodox believer who was arrested during the Second World War, apparently accused of pro-fascist activity. He was put into a prison camp. He got out of it, and he became very, very anti-communist on a religious, like Orthodox Christian basis. And the U.S. government promoted him like crazy during the Cold War. His anti-communism was not standard anti-communism. It was kind of Orthodox, traditionalist Russian anti-communism. I think he believed in an absolute monarchy. He believed in a czar. He did not believe women should vote. And his anti-communism was it was rooted in this kind of deeply traditional, like mystical Russian Orthodox stuff. That actually, that kind of thing, a lot of Russians who will defend Stalin do actually really respect the Russian Orthodox tradition. So, I know it's interesting. Putin is like, there's a huge revival of Soviet nostalgia. Stalin is wildly popular, but they just built a monument to Solzhenitsyn in Russia. So, I would argue that, there were so many people during the Cold War writing anti-communist propaganda. That guy brought his own kind of unique spiritual stuff to it, and it gave it a certain flavor that made it really stand out, and that's why he is remembered. But that said, look, the gulags, most of the people who were there were not there for political crimes. They were there for regular crimes, and most of the people like him lived to tell the tale. The gulags there were no gas chambers in the gulags, right? In the Soviet gulags, they were labor camps, and it was awful. And I'm not going to gloss over and pretend that the conditions there were great. But the number in the gulags was far lower than the number of people in American prisons, by far. And most people there were there for regular crimes. It's very clear that in the late 1930s, a lot of innocent people were rounded up and put in the gulags that shouldn't have been there. No question about it. And it's not funny. Gulag memes are not funny. And that gulag system, that was awful. It was an awful aspect of Soviet society, that they had a very authoritarian society, and they had a prison labor system. It's not good. It's awful. And for a lot of people, there were a lot of well-intentioned communists who did nothing wrong, who ended up in those places because their neighbors turned them in, or there was great fear, and that's awful. And there's no reason to pretend anything other than that. Right? It's just that simple, right? But if you take that and you summarize that as being the entire Soviet experience, which is what we get in America, right? The Soviet experience, there was a famine in Ukraine, there was gulags, that's the whole Soviet Union. No, an entire country industrialized, raised up from poverty, became a superpower, defeated the Nazi invaders. There's a lot more to Soviet history than gulags, right? And it's lying through omission. If you focus, look, right? If you could, I'm trying to think of an example, but, like say someone was a really good painter, but one time they painted a shitty painting. If you ignored all the great paintings they did, and you found the one shitty painting they did, and they said, that's how they are as a painter. Would that be fair? No. The gulags were very bad. It was very bad. And the Great Terror of 1937, and that was very bad. No question about it. But is that the entire history of the Soviet Union? No. That's how Soviet history is taught in America. Giant famine in Ukraine, gulags. See, communism failed. It never accomplished anything. Everywhere it's ever had communism, they just starved and were miserable. And then they got freedom and everything was better. They lie so much about communism. But in their lies, they point to real things that happened. Were there really gulags? Yes. Were there innocent people in the gulags who shouldn't have been there? Yes. Is that awful? Yes. And I don't think we gain anything by trying to pretend otherwise. I'm not going to tell you to go read Solzhenitsyn's work. And honestly, one thing I find very annoying about Jordan Peterson is he knows absolutely nothing about communism. Nothing. He has like a kindergarten, elementary school understanding. He thinks it's about making everyone equal or whatever. But he's read Solzhenitsyn, so he thinks he's an expert on communism. And he's not. He doesn't know basic Leninist concepts. You watch that debate he did with Slavoj Žižek. I'm not a huge Žižek fan, but Žižek completely wipes the floor with him. He doesn't understand, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But he's like, oh, I read Solzhenitsyn. I know it all. No, you don't. Right? And it's infuriating to me. It's infuriating to me. Let me just put it that way. Even the phrase postmodern neo-Marxist, postmodernism and Marxism are incompatible, right? They're not compatible. Postmodernism says there is no way of understanding human history. Marxism is a grand narrative of human history. That right there, it's like he hates woke people, so he reads Solzhenitsyn and standard anti-communism and tries to make woke people Solzhenitsyn's gulags. It's infuriating to me, right? As somebody who takes this seriously, that is my biggest curse in life. May you grow up to be a person who never takes things seriously. I'm just kidding. But, it's hard to take things seriously in this world because there's a lot of people who just don't care, right? And that it's a lot easier if you just spoon feed people what they want to hear, right? If you just tell people what they want to hear. And a lot of people want to hear communism is bad. Woke people are all communists. And it's like, woke people are not communists. They're not Soviet style communists. They're their own thing. It's the synthetic left. It's the CIA they're not the same as any existing communist government. They maybe have some of the harmful psychology that was part of the communist movement, that the dialectical materialist worldview that the communist countries have all moved away from. That Stalin repudiated with his defeat of Trotsky, the permanent revolution, all of that. But woke people all hate communist governments. Communist governments don't do the LGBT thing obsessively. In Cuba, they do have gay marriage, but other than that, communist governments. So, you learn any Farsi or Russian? I feel someone who's been overseas probably knows more of a foreign language than anyone else. You got any thoughts on using a rapper to promote bullshit about Nigeria? Intervention in Africa has been really good. Ask Lumumba Sankara. Okay, well, when you travel, you do pick up words, but I'm not fluent in those languages. I am just not. As far as intervention in Nigeria, look, Christians and Muslims have been fighting each other in Nigeria for at least 100 years. And that's how the imperialists have kept the country divided. And the Muslims in Nigeria, on the local level, there is some support for the Boko Haram terrorist group that now calls itself ISIS in Africa. Saudi Arabia has a lot of influence in Nigeria. There are Shia Muslims in Nigeria that are heavily persecuted by the Saudi aligned Muslims. Christians in Nigeria are persecuted by Muslims. Muslims in Nigeria are persecuted by Christians. There's the country is divided on those lines. What Trump is doing right now has a flavor of dishonesty about it, because it's making it sound like this just came out of nowhere, just out of nowhere, out of nowhere, all out of nowhere, all of these, these Christians just started getting persecuted, and now we've got to take action. That's not honest. And it's a bit infuriating to hear that, to hear that kind of rhetoric. Okay. Okay, so so a Rumble rant came in, and they're asking, would I debate the kill stream? I have never heard of the kill stream before. I'm looking him up right now. He looks like a right-wing influencer. I generally will talk to anybody. I don't. I mean, is Killstream, is that JF Gruppy? Is that who runs that, or no? Right? Who is Killstream? Right? He's just a right-wing influencer. I'm open to it. I mean, I'll take a look at other debates he's done. I haven't debated in a while, but I should. I guess yes, I probably will. If you want to help set that up, contact me. I do want to look at some other debates. If there's anyone in the chat who's familiar with him, please, speak up and tell me in the chat. But yeah, I mean, some guy wants to have me on his channel. Sure. Yeah. I mean, why not? Right. Why not? So yeah, I mean, are people in the chat familiar with Killstream? Do you think I should debate this Killstream fellow? Would that be a productive thing for me to do? I don't see why not, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the problem with debates, right, is that they tend to be, it's like, it's not about facts. It's about blood sports, right? It's like, how can I make this person look retarded and stupid, right? And my problem in debates historically has been that I'm too nice, right? And I mean, if I'm going to have a nasty debate with somebody, I almost wonder if it's worth it. But I might. I mean, is this going to be a nasty debate or is this a conversation? That's my question. I had a nasty debate with Stefan Molyneux. I think I did very well in. Had a nasty debate with Destiny where I did very well. But with Vosh, I had a nasty debate. I did very well, except when he brought up China, I should have just pivoted because whatever. He doesn't, that wasn't the place to talk about China because it had nothing to do with what we were debating. He just wanted to, other than if I had just, that was the only mistake I made in that debate was I talked about China. I should have said that's not related and focused on the issue at hand. But my problem in debates generally is I'm too nice. I'm too friendly. I'm not trying to make the other person look bad. I'm trying to actually get the other person to listen to me. And, people that are influencers generally don't want to, they generally don't want to hear what you have to say. They're just trying to grift. And so I'm open to it. If it is going to be a nasty debate, right? If that's how he does things, I'm less thrilled about it, but I'd still be open to it just because whatever. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm open to it. Let me put it that way. The guy's name is what? Ethan something or other. Ethan Ralph. Let me Google him. Ethan Ralph, right? Ethan Ralph is a podcaster. And he wants to debate me as an alt-right podcaster, a convicted criminal, provision. That's not fair. Like the way they've smeared me with these fake Wikipedias, like I don't care if this guy has a criminal record, not my business. Okay, I don't care about his personal life, and if he's done something criminal in his past, that's not what we're going to be debating. Okay, he's an alt-right influencer. All right, okay, whatever. I mean, if he wants to have a debate with me, I'm open to it, I think, for the most part. But again, he needs to reach out to me, calebbompin@gmail.com, no spaces, periods, or anything. That's my email. If he wants to contact me, I'm down. Right. But yeah, they too often turn into personal attacks. And I don't have time for that. I really don't. Like my debate with Destiny. You watch my debate with Destiny. He's just an obnoxious, it's a productive debate. It's a productive debate, but it's like he's not being honest. I actually caught Destiny a couple times trying to set up, he did the whole thing. What if people don't agree with you? And he engaged in all kinds of intellectual trickery. And I saw it coming numerous times. And the debate was a bit clunky for the first hour because he kept trying to demand I make like a perfect blueprint of a communist society. And I said, that's not how it works, right? That's just not how it works. And he was frustrated. And but how would you do this? I said, that'll be up to the people running it. Like it's not going to come out of an idea in my head. It's going to come out of the struggle. And he kept doing, but give me this perfect blueprint I can take apart. And I said, I'm not going to do that because that's not how it works. Right. And, so for the first hour, we were just going back and forth and he was just tantruming that I wouldn't give a perfect blueprint. And his chat, they're like video game players, and they don't understand that the Marxist tradition rejects utopian blueprints, right? And so they're like, oh, he must be dumb. He's not making a blueprint. And it's just like, okay. So, but then once we actually started arguing about Soviet history, he just didn't know facts. I mean, he just couldn't, it's like he just had this arrogance. So I don't know. Yeah. I mean, if this guy wants to have me on, yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm open to it. Yeah. But I mean, it sounds like something I would do. So email me, calebmaupin@gmail.com. Send me a proposal. I'm open to it. Why not? Right. All right. Well, thanks everybody. And thanks for asking questions and all of that. And see you all in January. Please register for the event if you haven't registered. That is my focus at the moment, is organizing and building for a great, great event. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. So I hope to see you at our event in January. I put the wrong link. I'm sorry. Let me put the link for the event in January in the chat. But yeah, register for the event if you can. It's going to be good. Music, speeches, the whole 9 yards. It's going to be great. And thanks for being here. This was a longer stream, a longer slideshow, but we went over quite a bit of history, which I felt like going over tonight. Yes, we do need to support this peace deal. I mean, if there's any way we can support it, we got to be out there supporting this peace deal. I mean, if there's any possible way that the peace deal that has been leaked can happen, I mean, that would be amazing. So we got to support it, and we got to keep intervening, right? You have the power. I am. We can intervene in history. That's the nature of humanity. We can. We're not just living biologically. We can change the world. We can reinvent the world. We can innovate. That's the power of being human. So thanks, everybody. I'm going to put on the closing music, and then I will say goodnight. So thanks, everybody. We'll be back probably tomorrow night. I don't know why we wouldn't be back tomorrow night. If not, we'll be back the next night, right? We just keep streaming. Dare to struggle, dare to win. New upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. But the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today.